We began acting out the effects of growing up in an unhealthy family. In this episode, we'll explore past abuse in the context of a fairy tale and gather together all parts of our lost childhood selves for the best homecoming ever. Welcome to the show. Hope everybody's in good shape today, as we're going to talk about the school age. A lot of people have a lot of pain coming from school age and from adolescence. These are the first, school is the first place we really start leaving home, and we go into a new environment where we enter another kind of system. It can be a very dysfunctional system, and my own belief is that a lot of the schooling that I had was in a dysfunctional system, a very shaming system, a system that had very strong measures of your okayness and whether you measured up. Remember, shame is the feeling that I don't measure up. So we want to look at that. We want to look at the school age. We want to see it as the last developmental stage of childhood. Now, I want to review the stages of childhood. This is something that I've adapted from the work of Barry and Janae Weinhold. They talk about codependence as the stage of infancy, and that really is an accurate way to describe it. An infant is codependent. That is, when we looked at infancy, getting your infancy needs met, what we saw was that it was dependent on looking up into that face and being accepted with unconditional positive regard. So a healthy dependency, and there is such a thing as healthy dependency, that we can be dependent. Your healthy shame lets you know that you can get help. You need help sometimes. There's nobody alive that doesn't need help. The toddler stage was a counterdependency stage. So what we looked at there is separating. No, I won't. It's mine. The beginning of boundaries. And according to Erickson, the developmental task was autonomy versus shame and doubt. Trust versus mistrust. Autonomy versus shame and doubt. And the versus doesn't mean either or. It means balance. It's good to know what you shouldn't trust. Some of us are too gullible. So you need to trust, but you also know what not to trust. Autonomy versus shame and doubt. That is, it's good to have a healthy sense of shame, which is your limits. That's a boundary. If you don't have healthy shame, you don't have a boundary. The beginning of boundary is healthy shame. Independence, that was what we looked at earlier. We looked at that in the preschool child. Independence, beginning to separate and form an identity and a sexual identity. So as we move into the school age, and that developmental polarity is initiative versus conscience, a sense of guilt. There is a healthy sense of guilt, which lets you know that you can do wrong. Now, as a child moves out of these three stages, they move into an interdependent stage where you begin to cooperate, you play games, you have a peer group. So let's look at our index of suspicion to see how you did in terms of this stage, this interdependent stage. Later on in the program, I'm going to show you how these four stages are cycled throughout life and through many of the major issues in our life. But here's the index of suspicion relative to the school age. You feel uncomfortable in social situations. So school age is a time when you're learning to be with your peers, you're learning to adapt, you're learning to cooperate, you're learning to play games, you're learning about competition, you're learning about social things as a child goes to school. So take a look at that. This is an index. Did you get your school age needs met? Are you excessively competitive? You got to win at any cost. And boy, if you don't win, there's something terrible about you. You either give in, so you don't have any competitive spirit. You either give in or you have to have things your way. Or you won't play if you can't have things your way. See, this is a cooperative stage where you're working on interdependence and sharing. You have intense fears of making a mistake. What is the need? The need is to go to school and to learn, but to also know that it's okay to make a mistake. You don't have to be perfect. Like another index of suspicion would be you don't try anything unless you really know that you're going to get it perfectly. So you wouldn't start anything unless you thought you could be successful in it. That's a very dominant thing that will come from the school age. You're deficient in basic life skills. I can't tell you the number of people that I counseled over the years who were hiding the fact that they couldn't write or they couldn't read. Salesmen whose jobs depended on their being able to read. You know, living with this continual shame. You feel ugly and inferior. You feel ugly and inferior. You have a lot of social shame. Like right now, if I go into a very sort of ritzy place, there's a part of me that feels like I don't belong there. It's like what I call social shame. I grew up very poor. We certainly, we didn't have a car. We never had a car. I used to be so ashamed of that growing up, that we'd go to church on Sunday and we didn't have a car. And I lived in a neighborhood where there were guys that had cars in the 7th grade. It was right on the outskirts of a very wealthy neighborhood. Now, when a child goes to school, they start learning about this stuff very early on. You start learning some new things. You start, your family system may have been terrible, but there's another whole system they're going to learn about. Not just the school system, but there's a social, cultural system. For example, you learn about the color of your skin. And you'll learn that makes some differences in certain places in society. You'll learn about rich and poor. And you'll learn that some people have a lot and some people don't have a lot. You'll learn about cultural issues. If you're Jewish, you'll learn about the prejudice about Jewish people. There's a fantastic kind of impact that happens when we leave home to go to school. This is what I call the first leaving of home, because adolescence is going to be the second leaving of home. But there's a lot that we need to learn during this time. You see, we've gotten a basic trust of the world, hopefully in infancy. We've learned a certain sense of separation in toddlerhood. We've explored our sexual identity and our identity in preschool. Now we need to learn life skills. Now, I believe that it's getting better, but that our school systems really don't prepare us for what we do in life. Most of what I'm doing right now, I've taught myself. It is not something I learned in school. Now, certainly I learned how to read, and I learned how to write, and I learned some skills that helped me to learn to do what I'm doing now. But a lot of the information that I'm giving you is stuff that I've been fascinated by and I've studied on my own. Sort of incidental learning. That is, when I learn the best is incidentally. That is, when I'm really interested in it, that's when I really learn. I'll go and exhaust something. And there were things that I learned that were just, for example, geometry. I took several years of geometry. I almost never geomet. I wished I could have all that time back. And Latin, oh my God, I took so much Latin. And about all I can do is sort of work it into conversation occasionally by giving the etymology of a word or something. But man, all those years of Latin and solid geometry. So there's a lot that went on in school. I mean, think of what happened when you brought a baby home, if you're a mom or a dad. Could you be prepared for that? I don't care how many books you've read. Now, suppose there was this home ec class where they gave you this little bundle and they said, this is a baby, and you got to take care of it. Or you had to go live with a family where there was a new baby. That would have really given you a lot of life skills. See, so school age is a time when supposedly we're getting skills for life. And for a lot of us, our schooling did teach us some things, but it didn't teach us a lot of things. And I believe personally that a whole lot of school is a waste of time, at least the way we have it. Now, I believe we could really use that time in some very effective ways. I believe that the school system has been, at least traditionally, the most shaming place. The person with the dunce cap, or you can imagine somebody up at the board, the blackboard, and can't do the problem and going back to their seat while all the hands are up in the room, and you go back to your seat being humiliated. There's a lot better ways we could do it. And it is happening. It is changing. But these are needs. Children basically are curious. They need an environment that is safe enough for them to learn. And my belief is the best environments for children would be vertical kinds of environments, like Montessori-type environments, where you go in and there's all kinds of interesting things, and you go to your level. You go to your own level. Because you see, schools and prisons are the only place in the world where time is more important than the job to be done. If we all head out for Los Angeles tonight, and you get there 2 hours ahead of me, I don't fail Los Angeles. But if we all start studying geometry right now, and in 9 months I don't know it as well as you, or I don't know it at all, I fail geometry. So time is more important than the job to be done. And one of the things that a lot of your wounded inner kids are carrying is that we know children don't mature at the same level. That is, operationally, developmentally, all 7-year-olds are not on the same level of maturation. So you could have 3 7-year-olds who are in very different states of development, and yet they're all in the same grade. So that wounded inner child in you may have been wounded, but simply because you weren't at a same level of maturation, and nobody knows why that goes that way. It just goes that way. Some people, grow taller faster than others. I've seen people who did poorly in high school. So I've taught in high school, I've taught in college, who when they got to college, they just soared. It's like something caught up. So there's a lot of issues around schooling. And what happens if you don't get your needs met in school? What kind of growth disorders? How can your child, what kind of wounds would your child be carrying? One of the wounds is that maybe you're a human doing. That what you learned was that achievement was the only thing that mattered. That's the way I was wounded. It was like I became a human doing. I came to believe that unless I was achieving, that I didn't matter. Now, someone else may be a dropout. Just have thrown in the towel, given up on it. The grading system was too painful, it was too shaming, or you were not at the same maturational level and you failed a year and you got put back and you've always felt ashamed about that. Or maybe you really got shamed because you were black, or because you were brown, or because you were Jewish, or because you were gay. You got shamed in school. There's a cruelty that can go on. There may be nothing as cruel as a peer group in school to hurt another person, because kids learn this at home and then they jump on somebody. So some of the kids in you, your inner kids, may have a lot of woundedness that you're carrying from the school years. And it's very, very important to embrace that child, that school-age child, and to give them the kind of affirmations that they needed to hear. See, another thing that happens to a lot of us have wounds like this. You got in trouble at school, you went home. Now home, what does home mean? Home's a place where you're protected, and it's warm, and it's nurturing, and it's loving, and you go, oh, wow, boy, I got home. Woo. You know what I'm going to say, don't you? What happened is you got it worse when you got home. You got it worse when you got home. Your worst enemy wouldn't have done what happened to you when you came home. This wasn't a warm, loving place where they welcomed you home and said, at least listen to your side of it. Now, also, a lot of kids suffer a lot of social shame, like you had to wear knickers, you had to wear hand-me-downs. The other kids were dressed a certain way and you weren't. You were teased for it. You were laughed at for it. Or you were very emotional and you cried and you got shamed at school. So there's a lot of pain, a whole lot of pain that kids carry from the school years. and or if there were bullies in your class, or you didn't happen to be pretty, or you didn't happen to be, and the kids called you nerd, or you were overweight, man, is there pain from this stage of a lot of people's life. And there's a wounded little child in there. So remember what we're talking about in these programs, that when you don't get your needs met, this is called the epigenetic principle, you move on to the next stage, but with that woundedness. With that woundedness. So it's like there's a hole in your soul. There's a hole in your psyche. If I move on to the next stage, but I don't have what I should have had back there. And this is the problem of the wounded inner child. This is why a lot of us grow up to become adults, but we're still children. Because this child in us is needy. This child in us never got his or her needs met. See, I call this whole series Homecoming. I call it Homecoming because a lot of us didn't feel at home anywhere. The way we felt was not okay. What we needed was not okay. What we wanted was not okay. We talked too loud. We talked too much. We were too rambunctious. We were too noisy. We were too needy. We had too many wants. Or you went to school and they shamed you at school. So here's the kinds of affirmations that the school-age child needs. And I'll just read them for you, and you think about them. That it's okay to learn things your own way. That what every human being has is this life spark. We're all utterly unique. We talked in the program, and I talked about Milton Erickson. We're as different as thumbprints. No two people understand the same sentence the same way. Some of the greatest artists have been dropouts. They just couldn't fit into this conforming, rigid kind of system. We needed to hear that I like watching you grow. I like watching you learn. I'll prepare an environment where you can learn, where it'll be safe enough to learn. How can you learn when you've got a raging alcoholic father or a raging, over-coercive, moralizing, should, ought, musting mother, so that no matter what you do, it's never good enough. You never measure up. How can you have the security to learn? Carl Rogers and his colleagues did a study of creativity. They did this with artists and psychologists, and they found the number one condition for creativity was an environment of safety, that people needed to be safe. So I will give you time to learn and explore. I'll stand by you and consider your views. I'll listen to your side of things when there's conflict at school. I'll make it safe for you to share your feelings when you want to. Could you come home and talk about your pain, or did you just get it worse? Or was there just a reenactment where you got beat up? I had a woman in one of my groups. She's a New York therapist, and her father was killed at Dachau, and her mother was there also. Her mother raised her spitting on her and calling her Jewish pig. She shared this in one of the inner child workshops. Her mother reenacted on her what the Nazis did to her. And that's one of the premises that I've been sharing with you throughout this whole series. That when you have this childhood pain and you meet your children in these developmental stages, that inner child in you is angry and will reenact as an offender or as a victim. You'll let your children, you'll let your children be the boss. You'll go either way. So we've got to heal this wounded inner child. Now, I've been giving you a number of kinds of exercises that we use in the seminar that I do, and many people are doing this kind of work now. One of the exercises, all of the exercises are ways to try to access the energy of that particular developmental stage or the childhood developmental stage, especially the first three stages, because that's when you were magical, non-logical, egocentric, where you would interpret the death of a parent as personal rejection. Now, beginning at about 6 or 7, there is a mental jump. Kids get logical. Kids get logical. But it's still a form of felt thought. I mean, it's not pure abstract logic. It's stuff like David had 300 wives and 200 porcupines. or our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Lead us not into temptation. That is sort of literalist. So one of the things I have people do, we've seen age regressions in past programs. One of the things I have people do is write fairy tales. And you know in my books that I have fairy tales. I have the story of a tender elf, Johnny, who was born in this Snamu family. See, all tender elves have to go into a Snamu family in their lifetime. That's human spelled backwards. And they have to tell the secrets of the elves. And Johnny's mother was a beautiful princess, and his daddy was a handsome prince, but his daddy had this wicked witch on his shoulder named Harriet. And his mother had this neon bulb in the top of her forehead that said, do your duty, do your duty, do your duty, do your duty. And so Johnny couldn't tell him the secrets because the Snamus are also called the do's. They're human doings instead of human beings. They're into achievement. And so Johnny's father drank this potion and ultimately killed himself with it. And when he was 13, Johnny did the same thing in his Snamu body. And he wound up in a state hospital. So I have people write fairy tales like this, once upon a time, and when he grew up, to help you access the felt thought of the child. And I'm going to show you a clip here in just a minute of a group of people working, reading their fairy tales. And people do amazing fairy tales. It's just incredible. And then when they read those fairy tales, they can connect with the child, because children love fairy tales. Children think in this felt thought manner. So what I'd like you to do now is listen and look at the monitor as these people read their fairy tales. What we're going to do now is read your fairy tale and have the group experience it. And often the fairy tale will touch the feelings of the child in a way that nothing else will. That's the purpose of it, is to help you access the feelings of the child so that in a non-shaming support group, you have allies and you're not alone. So let's go ahead and begin. Make a nice little circle. One of you begin reading it, and the rest of you just be there for them. Just be there and listen.
Once upon a time, there was a little star that twinkled and shone and was full of love and life and laughter. She shined and played and twinkled and sparkled up in the heavens. One day, little star went to earth and was born into a family that had passed fear, anger, and pain down from generation to generation.
He was also taught that he was very special, which is to say that all the other kids in the long row of houses were dirtier, dumber, more dishonest, and had parents who were more of the same. Thus, effectively barred from reality, the little boy ventured forth into the real world of other kids. Not unexpectedly, he was considered conceited and a tad undesirable, which he couldn't understand. Reality became threatening to the little boy. When he grew up, he found that he could escape the threats by fleeing into the world of alcohol. This was great fun, especially when he could fool his parents about it all. One wife and 5 children later, the little boy found it wasn't an escape anymore. Also, his body had grown up, but he hadn't.
The church taught Janice to honor your father and mother. She really tried very hard to do that. But it was so hard because her father kept raping her. Janice never even thought of going to her mother, the ostrich, for help. I wonder why not. Still trying to make meaning of things, Janice imagined that when she grew up, she would have a very joyous adulthood to make up for her painful, sad childhood. Imagine her surprise when she finally figured out, after being an adult for a while, that happiness was not a given.
Janice, I sensed your pain and helplessness, and I felt very angry. She read through that, felt a lot of anger.
It really took a lot of courage for you to share that. And I just felt real angry and real sad. I'm real sorry you had to go through that.
Ruth's dad never came. But then one day he did. He visited with lots of toys, which the old lady put up to take care of them. Ruth hoped he would come often, but he didn't. And then one day he never came again. Ruth decided to figure out just how to be so that people would want her to stay. She began to be willing to accept almost anything to avoid abandonment. Her fairy tale dream was having her own family, a family who would love her.
So you can see that those stories touch a deep place in each person. Barry's story, where he's empowered by his parents' abuse, telling him that he's something special, and he expresses it perfectly. He grew up to be a little boy in a grown-up body. And then Janice's story, where she has the reinforcement from the church that the job is to suffer. And here she's in an incest family, which is not uncommon, by the way, in the profiles of incest families, that there are strong religious factors in the background. So these stories can touch people at a very deep level. And it's the kind of thing that if you're having trouble getting to the feelings, because remember, this is all original pain work. It's all about grief work. We're trying to get to the feelings so that we can express them and finish them so that we can go on with our life. The fairy tale is a way to help you do that. And people have found this very, very effective in touching some of that childhood emotion. If you feel this kind of program is important to you or someone you know, please take the time to listen to what your local public television station has to say.
This is your television station, KVIE Channel 6, Sacramento, Ione.
Now, I want to show you this chart of regenerative cycles, because one of the values of understanding our childhood, those 4 stages that I've talked about, is that these stages get recycled. Pamela Levin wrote a book, Cycles of Power, that I've already mentioned, where she talks about every 13 years. I knew of no clinical data to support that, but I had people start sending me stuff. I had a biologist send me some data that he worked out. And whether this is true or not, it's an interesting way to look at it. See, childhood is a dependency stage, the whole of childhood. Adolescence begins a counterdependency stage. However, an adolescent is going to go through a healthy kind of codependence with the peer group, a counterdependence with the family, an independence as he or she establishes identity, and then an interdependence as you fall in love or get into a love relationship. We have independence as people work out relationships, so leave home, early adult. Freud's famous statement is that the 2 marks of maturity are Leben and Arbeiten, love and work. Love and work. So a sense of loving somebody, being intimate with somebody, and a sense of mastery. Work is a sense of mastery. You become generative. That is, I'm productive with my life. That I find my personal power. My personal power meaning that I choose my very own life. So this independent stage is an older adult stage, and then interdependence is sort of the achievement of caring for life. See, I think everybody has what I call an evolutionary vocation. That there's a point where we begin to care for life, care for our planet, care for our earth, care for the quality of life, and that we pay our debt back to life. And generally it takes people a while to get there. That is, you've got to work through a lot of stuff. See, all of life, in a sense, is a heroic journey that each one of us are on. We're going to meet monsters on the way and dragons, and we're going to have to slay them in order to find ourselves. But I like this idea. Now, very interesting, in a study that was done right here at Berkeley, Susan Campbell's study called The Couple's Journey, she did a study with a number of a large sampling and found that couples that had been together 30 years went through codependence, in love, out of your gorge stage, when, you know, we're going to make it, baby, even though I don't have a job, that stage. I mean, where you're really in a sort of a transitional psychosis when you're in love. I mean, it's like you're out of your gourd. Then you get married and you go into counterdependence. Now it's the Hatfields versus the McCoys. In my family, we open presents on Christmas Eve. We open a fast. We don't save the paper. And in her family, you have to watch while everybody opens their presents. Save all this crud never to be used again. You have to work out all the sexual rules. You have to work out all the celebrational rules. You have to work out the rules about how to raise kids. It's the Hatfields versus the McCoys. And Susan studied, this took about 10 years to work out. Then people move into independence. I own my own life. I quit blaming my wife for it. Quit blaming your husband for it. Quit blaming your lover for it. I'm responsible for my own life. And then the end of that in her study was about 20 years of co-creation. That is, people began to co-create. That it took people 20 years to develop healthy intimacy. But listen to this. Those are the 4 stages of childhood. And think of all these indexes that I've been giving you about saying no and asking for what you want and expressing feelings. That is the guts of intimacy. So think of the situation you're in if you hit this stage or you get into a relationship and you're an adult child. And you don't know how to do any of that. You don't have any of those skills because you have all these childhood deficits. So man, is this an important thing for us to understand, how the foundation of it all is childhood. Now, I just want to focus for 1 second on adolescence, because adolescence is a kind of coming together of all those childhood stages. It's a time of great kind of vulnerability, a lot of pain in adolescence, because that's when you really first start noticing, the whole sexual thing. There's a kind of sensitivity. So I talk about adolescence as the in-between age, so it's the tween age, but it's really the bridge to adulthood, and it's about identity. It's kind of the really establishing of an identity that's based on our childhood foundation. Suppose you hit adolescence and you have never gotten a sense of trust, you have a lot of toxic shame, you have a lot of toxic guilt, and you have inferiority. Now, what kind of an identity is this adolescent going to have? He's going to start developing a negative identity. Like when I hit adolescence, all my shadow side came out. I was this good, wonderful boy that the nuns loved, and I had press in the neighborhood because I was such a good kid. I hit adolescence, man, I found all these guys from broken homes. We were in brothels at 13, drinking. I had alcoholic blackouts by the time I was 15. See, I went into all this negative identity or counter-identity. See, a way to have an identity is be different than all these squares. You know, to be a rebel, to be reactive, not to be, I remember we used to sit there and drink and talk about all these funky people, that had jobs and were respectable and all this kind of stuff. Now, toward the end of adolescence, though, I'm still a wounded child, so how am I going to find an identity? Well, in my system, I had been a star and a caretaker, so guess what? At 21, I go to be a priest. Here's the way to solve all the problems. Here's a way to solve it all. This is the way that I can establish an identity. But do you see that it isn't really an identity? It's part of this false self, good guy, people-pleasing, caretaking act that I had been in all my life. Because you see, as a child, every child is trying to figure out, how do I matter here? How do I matter in this family? Well, the way I mattered was by being a caretaker. The way I mattered at school was by being the president of every class, and I won medals. And so by becoming an achiever on graduation night, I won all these medals, a standing ovation. I was a raving alcoholic at 18. But you see, in our culture, we love superachievers. We pay performers a lot of money. We pay first grade teachers almost nothing. I mean, we have really made a decision about performance. Millions of dollars for baseball, football players. Here are people who are entrusted with our children, our teachers, and their salaries are barely above minimum wage. So man, and so I fell into, boy, by becoming a priest, I could be the ultimate star and the ultimate caretaker. This is my growth disorder. See, so I go into this role. I study to be a priest. I'm a celibate monk. And that, of course, was a way that I could continue my surrogate spouse role. I could marry Holy Mother Church. I could be faithful to the spousal role that I played with my mother by never being with another woman. So 9.5 years of celibacy, which I hope God remembers when I come into my own. I want that chalked up for me. You know, I hope they got a ledger up there and they got 9.5 years for Big Johnny. Because that was a long time, folks, and I was very faithful to my vows. But do you see how I don't have a life? I think I got a life. I'm in black cassock and they all call me father, and I'm studying philosophy, and I'm still a wounded child. I don't have an identity. There's nothing I've chosen here. This is all a part of this programming. I'm a multi-generational accident out of this whole family system. So adolescence should be a time when you move out of the unconscious of childhood into a conscious experimentation. Adolescents are experimenting with ideas, models, role models, trying on styles of life. But that's not what it was for me. It was a broken adolescence in which I wound up in this role of caretaker star, which I lived for 10 years in the monastery, and then I left the monastery, I became a counselor. I finally got into my recovery at about 31. I stopped drinking alcohol December the 11th, 1965. About 10 years later into that recovery, though, I woke up one day and realized that I was still this people-pleasing, nice guy who was in an act. That I didn't know what I felt, still. I didn't know who I was. I'd do all this stuff. I had this counseling practice where I had a 1.5 year waiting list, counsel 80 people a week. I'd go home, you'd think, well, wow, all these people want you, and all these people think you're great, and I'd feel suicidal sometimes. Not like I really thought about blowing my brains out, but I just like life just isn't worth it. It's like, what's life all? You know, it's not does anything really matter? But see, this was this low-grade chronic depression, dysthemia. That's the diagnosis we use in the treatment center I run. It's this low-grade chronic depression because when you're shame-based, you're mourning for your authentic self. When you're shame-based, you're mourning for your authentic self. It's so important that we understand that we've got to do this grief work. We've got to heal this child, or else we can't have our lives. Sort of the climax and the culmination of my workshops is a meditation I do, which I call homecoming. I started experimenting with this in about 79 with some clients that I had, and I had never seen anything like the power that it had for people. So I'm going to show you about a 9-minute clip of this, and I want you to join in this meditation. Those of you who are at home viewing this, those of you that are here in the audience, if you just close your eyes and let yourself go into this meditation, because it is the reclaiming. It is the meditation that I talk about. Let's go and get the little child and bring them home with us. So if you will, take a few deep breaths, and then let's look at this now. Those of you who are viewing at home, or those of you here, you can listen to my voice as I take people through this meditation. Just go back as far as you can remember. Go back to your home, whatever it was for you. It may not have been much of a place for you, but it was a place that you lived. And really take a look at that place. What does it look like? Is it a house? Is it an apartment? Is it a orphanage? Is it a trailer? And as you look at it, realize that we're all connecting here together because we've been deprived of the kind of home that we wanted, the little child in us dreamed of. And we have to grieve that because it's over with. And it's sad. So I want you to see that little child that you once were, whatever age he appears or she appears, and really look at them. Their eyes, their hair, how precious they are. Precious, how beautiful, how when you see a child like this, you just want to be around them. You can't wait to see them again. Talk to them. Hear the beautiful way they are. Tell them, I'm from your future. I'm your grown-up self, and I've come to take you with me. And you and I will never leave each other. You and I will never leave each other. I will always be with you. And even though you didn't know how we were going to make it, I've survived. I've survived. And even though you feel hopeless sometimes, I have made it. I have survived. And I can take care of you. Now, I can love you. I can love you like you've never been loved. I can do good things and put structure and boundaries. And you may not understand that right now. But I'll never leave you. And take that child in your arms right now. Take that child in your arms and let your mother and daddy or whoever it was, stepdaddy or granddaddy, all those people that hurt you, let them come out and stand there. And you hold that child and let the child tell them, I'm giving you back your pain and your shame. I'm giving it back to you now. I will not carry it for you anymore. I'm giving you back your pain. I'm sorry that you have it, but I'm just a little child. And I don't have to carry this for all my life. And I'm saying goodbye to you now because I have to have a life. And so start walking away from there now. And hold that precious child in your arms. Hold that precious child in your arms and say goodbye to them. You do not have to take care of them anymore. You do not have to carry their shame anymore. You do not have to do anything but live your own life. You and this precious child. And start walking, keep walking. You can look back and wave if you want to. But see them getting smaller and smaller now as you say goodbye. You have to leave that home. You have to leave their pain. You have to leave that connection with them because that's been killing you. You need to have your own life. You have a right to your own life. So turn the corner now and see them go away. They're gone now. And look out ahead and see all these people that you love and you've connected with. Everybody in the group is waiting for everybody else. your therapy group, your share group, your church group, whoever, wherever is a place that you're not shamed, wherever you can find a place that you're not shamed, see him calling you. Come on. Come on. We're going to make it now. We're going to make it. We've got our anger. We've got our sadness. We've got our life back. And feel those people hold you and love you and tell them, I'm a powerful person now. And I'm going to run my own life. I'm going to run my own life. And if you have that higher power, just let that higher power embrace you. God as you understand God. Your heavenly mother, your heavenly father, whatever that means to you. Something greater than anything you've known. That life spark that's in you right now. That makes you want to overcome this. That allows you to be willing to go through this pain. That life spark. That wants life and more life. And just be embraced by that. And then you and the child, just you and the child, be alone. And put her in your heart, put him in your heart. Put them there. As close as your heartbeat, they live with you. And they are wanted, and they are loved, and they are welcomed, and they are unique, and there's never been anyone like them. And there never will be again anyone like you. Anyone like you. So take a deep breath. Feel your life now as you breathe it out. Breathe in and feel it as you breathe it out. You're separated now. You can create your own family of love and choice. You can have your own relationship with God as you understand God. You can have your own life. Feel that child in your heart. Tell him you love him. Tell him you love him. You will not forget this moment. In the weeks and months and days to come, when you breathe in, you'll know that child's there. When you're lonely, when you're tired, when you're hungry, when you've been rejected, when you're scared, when you feel abandoned, talk to the child. Tell her you love her. Tell him you love him. You can protect them. You can be their champion. Now, another deep breath. Be aware that you're here now. You're back here in this room. 1, 2, 3. Open your eyes as you breathe out. So now, take another deep breath. I have people sharing when this is over with. In the workshops, people begin to bond together. If you're at home watching this, hug your husband, hug your wife, hug your lover, hug your friend, hug your children. Let's connect with each other and do it right here in the audience if you feel like it. I think that's beautiful. It just amazes me as we watch people bond together, how this child allows us to bond with each other and how beautiful that bonding can be. How beautiful that bonding can be. In the course of one day in these workshops, we have people who don't know each other when they walk in who are bonding, just bonding together. Because see, the child does elicit love from us. And the child is healing. The child is healing. So what this whole process of reclaiming the inner child is, it's a grief process. We're going back into that frozen energy, and we're going through the grief process. That involves shock. Shock when you really begin to understand your system. It involves bargaining and minimizing. You know, you might listen to me, oh, Bradshaw, he was really messed up, but, you know, my family wasn't that bad. You know, we had 3 squares and a roof over our head, and yet, you know, if you really look at some of this, stop idealizing. See, you've got to demythologize your parents. You've got to see them where appropriate for the wounded people they were. We don't want to beat up on them. Some of them were sick. very sick people. Some of them were just wounded inner kids. They did the best they knew how to do. It's not about beating up on people. Anger is part of the process. Sadness, hurt, owning that betrayal, remorse, if only. You have to grieve your dreams. It's what Carl Jung called the legitimate suffering. He said all neurosis is a substitute for legitimate suffering. All those kinds of contaminations that I talked about in the very first program are forms of cover-ups. They're forms of concealment. Addictions are concealments. Perversions are concealments. Acting out destructive behaviors are concealments of this child's pain. And so until we connect with this child, we cannot heal that pain. So this is a forgiveness process. This is a forgiveness process. Homecoming is a forgiveness process. It's not about beating up our parents. It's saying, though, I can't carry your pain. I didn't come into this world to carry your pain. I came into this world to be me. What I do is me. For that I came. And I'm sorry that you have this pain. I am so sad at workshops when a mom and a daughter come up, or a dad and a son, when I see that my poor dad died of shrunken veins with cigarettes and alcohol, and we never had that, even though we had something together at the end. But it's very, very sad to me. So it's not about beating up on them. Now, some of you have offenders for parents. They're sick people. And I don't mean that you can say they did the best they could. They didn't. They're sick. But you've got to free yourself from that bondage to the past, because that bondage to the past is killing you. You've got to say goodbye. That moment in the meditation where you see your mom and dad or whoever, and you say goodbye and you start walking away with that child. I mean, people just feel the pain, and you feel that pull to go back. It's like they can't make it without me. I can't leave them. You see, and that's not. I guarantee you that they can make it without you. You wouldn't be in the shape you're in if they could. But it's not about hurting them, or it's not about being mean to them. It's just about having your own life. You came into this world to have your own life. Listen to Alice Miller. Here's a beautiful statement she wrote. Probably I too would have remained trapped by the compulsion to protect the parents, and because it is all so pervasive, would not have even recognized it as such had I not come in contact with the child within me, who appeared late in my life, waiting to tell me her secret. She approached me very hesitantly, speaking to me in an inarticulate way, but she took me by the hand, and she led me into territory I had been avoiding all my life because it frightened me. Yet I had to go there. I could not keep turning my back, for it was my territory. It was my very own territory. It was a place I had attempted to forget so many years ago. The same place where I had abandoned the child that I once was. There she had to stay, alone with her knowledge, waiting until someone would come at last to listen to her and to believe her. Now I was standing at an open door, ill-prepared, filled with all of an adult's fear of the darkness and menace of the past. But I could not bring myself to close the door and to leave that child alone again until my death. Instead, I made a decision that was to change my life profoundly, to let the child lead me, to put my trust in this nearly autistic being who had survived the isolation of decades. Isn't that powerful? I can tell you unequivocally that I made the same choice, and I hope with all my heart that you will make the same commitment to your inner child. Now, join me next time when I talk about and explain the whole idea of championing this child once you've found him or her. Thank you. You can give yourself a new childhood. Also, I'll discuss ways to break free from your assigned roles in the family system and champion your inner child to be its true self. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the show. Today we're going to talk about championing the child. That's a word that just appeals to my child. The idea of having a champion. That when you were little, you had a champion, somebody that would stand up for you, somebody that would take care of you, somebody that would fight for you. So I was messing around when I was working on Inner Child, and that word just came to me. It came from my child. Now, in order to explain it to you, though, and to show you where I think it fits in what I call the journey to wholeness, I want to show you something that I showed in an earlier program, which is what I'm calling, for lack of a better expression, the journey to wholeness. And I suggested when I presented this the first time that the journey to wholeness involves, first of all, coming out of our delusion and our denial. You've got to break out of the delusion and the denial. Families, dysfunctional families, are in delusion. There's a sense in which everybody in the family's in a trance, and there's a denial about what's really going on. Or there's a denial about the seriousness. You'll hear a family, two brothers, 35 years later, going, is Dad still drinking? Did Dad drink again? Yeah, Dad quit. Well, he started back. See, nobody thinks about doing an intervention, that Dad's a sick alcoholic. Let's do an intervention. Let's deal with this. Let's deal with it. Functional families deal with problems. So we've got to break the delusion and denial in order to take action and change behavior. Sometimes you need what Jane Moss calls a cognitive life raft. You need to understand something. You need some awareness. And I hope that that's one of the things this kind of series and the family series can bring to people, is awareness. But take action may mean going to a 12-step group. It definitely means changing your behavior. It may mean that I really behavior modify. I just break patterns of what I was doing. Or it may mean going to therapy. Or it may mean stopping doing something. It may mean getting into some kind of support group. I'll say some more about that in another program. But I think people need support groups. I think we all need networks of support. That could be whatever it is for you. It could be your church group or your synagogue group or a therapy group or a 12-step group or just a group that's gotten together that supports each other. For me, the most important thing is that it's a non-shaming group. It's a place where you can really be who you are, and you can be validated for the very one you are. Then we spent a lot of time in previous programs talking about this feeling work and reclaiming the inner child. Championing falls into this section of what Wayne Kritzberg, this is a model I've taken from Wayne Kritzberg. Cognitive work, or the word that I like is corrective experience. It's like we've been looking at these developmental stages. Did you get your infancy needs met? Did you get your toddler needs, your preschool needs, your school age needs? And for a lot of us, we didn't get those needs met. In fact, what we've been doing is exploring our past. We've been exploring the stages that we've taken to get here. Here's a wonderful quotation from T.S. Eliot. We shall not cease our explorations, and the end of all our exploring will be to arrive where we started and know the place for the first time. That is, by exploring these childhood developmental stages, we understand our childhood for the first time. And we understand the impact that it's made on our life. And we begin to get awareness about what we need to do. So, in a sense, what we've been following is that pattern. The cognitive work, the corrective experience are now what we have to do about it. So championing is a form of corrective experiencing or reparenting the inner child. Now, one of the problems right off the bat is that, how do I know how to reparent the inner child? All I know is what I learned from my parents. And so we've got to do something. We've got to use our adult. to get information and to find ways to nurture ourselves effectively. And a lot of what I'm going to share with you in this program and another program where we'll talk about championing is really a combination of a lot of the things that are available in therapy right now. There's a lot of people doing cognitive work, challenging belief systems, learning values clarification, learning new skills, communication skills. We'll talk about all of that. And spirituality, in my opinion, expanded lifestyle, whatever you consider your higher power to be, that's the fruits of the journey, to have an inner life. And we'll be looking at that in some other programs. But this is a little formula that I use. Eric Berne said, in order for people to change, Eric Berne was the founder of transactional analysis. He said, in order for people to change, you need a new source of potency. See, because that little child in you doesn't want to leave mom and dad. It's scary, and the more abused you've been, the harder it is to leave. One of the characteristics of a functional family is that people get to leave. One of the dominant characteristics of a dysfunctional family is that people cannot leave it. You're bonded to it. Alice Miller calls it bond permanence, because you don't have a self. You don't have a self, so you can't get out of it. So it's enormously important that we get a new source of potency. Now, the new source of potency that I'm going to encourage you to have is yourself, is your own adult part. And let your adult use all your strength and skills to get some new knowledge and some new skills and be willing to have some new skills. With our adult as a new source of potency, we can give the child new permissions. See, one of the reasons the child keeps the old patterns is that the child is afraid to disobey the old rules. So I'm going to talk about breaking some rules and some new rules. Giving your inner child some new rules. Protection, we're going to have to protect the inner child. And then practice new kinds of skills. Like I've had to learn to practice saying no. I've had to learn practicing expressing anger. I've learned communication skills. I've worked on learning communication skills. So we'll talk about these two in another program, but today I want to talk about potency and permission. And the basic idea here is this, that while I was over here, my child, I began this whole series talking about how the child contaminates my life. By reclaiming the child, what I do is this. I come over here, and in a sense, this is not accurate, but it's like I've got the child outside here. I've got him right here. And like he's with me all the time, and I'm aware of him. He doesn't like workshops, for example. But I have to really take care of him. I got on an airplane one night coming home from Los Angeles, and I just started crying. I was so tired and worn out. It was him. He's going, hey, man, you're killing us. We got to do something about this. When are we going to play golf? When are we going fishing? When are we going to play? So it's real important, this idea of championing is that I'm his champion now, and as an adult, I can do things for him. Marion Woodman, who's a wonderful Jungian analyst, says that we have to discipline our inner child in order to allow the spiritual power of the child to emerge. We have to be willing to discipline the child. So part of corrective experience or part of championing is literally disciplining the child. Like this child got me in a lot of trouble. This wounded child got me in a lot of trouble. This is the part of me that's the addict, because this is the wounded child. This is the child that never got his needs met, so he lives with scarcity. There's never going to be enough. There isn't enough love to go around. There isn't enough food to go around. There isn't enough stuff to go around. I got to get more. I got to get more stuff. There's not, if you like another presenter better than me, that's terrible, because there isn't enough love or admiration to go there. There isn't enough codependence to go around. So I've got to tell him, hey, it's okay. I'm going to be here for you, and I'm gonna help you. So one of the things that I do with my child is, see, it's real important that you understand that you would be enormously impressive to a 5-year-old. Not that you're not impressive, period. But think of how impressive you would be if I said, okay, every one of you is going to get to take a little 5-year-old home with you. And tell this little kid some stuff about you that would impress a 5-year-old. See, we're establishing you as a source of potency. So, see, your adult has survived. Remember that. Virginia Satir used to say to groups, everything you've done up to now has worked. You're not dead. Everything you've done up to now has worked, so your adult knows how to survive. It's the little child that is terrified of abandonment. It's the little child that doesn't think there's enough. So I've got to really pay attention to him. And then, so like one of the things that I like to do is I like to make some lists of things that would impress him. Like I have 2 cars, 2 convertibles. Now I was doing this one day, and I thought, I'm going to impress little John. Tell him I have 2 convertibles. Actually, he bought them both. So that's not as impressive as I thought it was going to be. But, some things that you have a house, or you have a place you live, you have a bank account. I mean, tell him what, you may not think you make a lot, but tell him what that is in candy bars, or tell him what that is in ice cream. Now you may not want to let him have all the ice cream or her have all the ice cream they want. But it's the idea. You get the idea that you would be very potent to a child. Now, other sources of potency. So we're looking at the things and making lists of things that I have that are very potent to a child. Another source of potency that I believe that all children believe in is a higher power. I can't tell anybody about God as I understand God. I think one of the worst things that's ever happened to any of us is that we've been brainwashed about somebody else's God. And that each one of us need to make that journey our own journey. That is a uniquely private journey. One of the great angers of my life is that I was so indoctrinated as a child that in some ways I was getting answers to questions that I'd never asked, nor didn't even know what the question was. And suddenly I had all these answers. And I think everybody's got to come to some point in their life where they give up their mother and father's God. That's when spirituality begins, when we move beyond that. But higher power, I think higher power is a very important source of potency for the child, the HP, the higher power, whatever you call that. That may be Yahweh, it may be Jesus to somebody, it may be Allah, it may be the force, it may be energy. Whatever it is, though, kids believe in a higher power. Immanuel Kant, talked about standing there staring out at a starry night and saying, how could anyone disbelieve that there was something greater than themselves? And my belief is that when we're restored to healthy shame, which is the part of you that knows your limits, that you can't not believe in something greater than yourself. In fact, it was Nietzsche, the German philosopher, who said, shame, healthy shame, is the source of spirituality. Meaning that it's the feeling that lets us know our limits. And that therefore, when I know my limit, I know that there's something more powerful than me. So the idea of potency is to make lists of your kinds of strength, of whatever that higher power is, to acknowledge that, or if you have a prayer life, if you have a religious life, whatever it is you have, it's important to bring that child in on that. Let that child be a part of that. Let that child understand that it's very, very crucial for the child to believe that there's a source of potency in life. And I believe that children believe in something greater than themselves. They're natural believers. So potency, another source of potency that I use is I have intellectual mothers and fathers. Like I just quoted Marion Woodman. I I would think of her as an intellectual mother, not in terms of age, but in terms of simply that she's been a very nurturing source. Alice Miller would be one of my intellectual mothers that I believe is potent. I've quoted Jacques Maritain. I haven't in this series, but he's a French philosopher that was very important to me in my life. Robert Bly, the poet, is a very important source to me. I love his poetry. I love the way that, that he can touch the feelings in me. Virginia Satir, very important source. So I use those people as a source of potency also, that they represent people that I can trust. I trust their honesty, and I think everybody's got to develop that for themselves. Now, another very crucial thing as a source of potency for our child is to redo childhood scenes. There is a very powerful modality of therapy called neuro-linguistic programming. Some of you may know about it. It was a body that was founded by John Grinder and Richard Bandler and Leslie Bandler and Judith Delosier. They began doing this work, watching Milton Erickson work, watching Fritz Perls work, watching Virginia Satir work. They began to say, these people are like wizards. They seem to know how to do things that a lot of the rest of us don't know how to do. They seem to have this ability to touch people in very powerful ways. Let's go look at them and see what they do. And so they developed a whole model out of the work of Erickson, Milton Erickson, and others. One of their techniques is called changing your personal history. It's literally a technique of going back into a childhood scene and redoing that scene. And it's based on the cybernetic principle that it's all in there. It's all imprinted in our brain. Now, all through the previous programs, I've been talking to you about governing scenes or childhood scenes, how those scenes get imprinted in our brain, and how we continue to act those scenes out. The guy at Michigan State, Gershon Kaufman, who's written a book on shame, he does a lot of this kind of work. Going back into scenes and redoing those scenes. And the cybernetic principle is that you can create fantasies and scare yourself with them. Every single one of us have done that. You start catastrophizing. I've got to go to the bank Saturday and I'm going to ask for a loan, and oh, what are you so upset about? Well, I've got to go to the bank Saturday and ask for a loan. Well, what's your fantasy? Well, what do you mean, what's my fantasy? And then when I probe, the fantasy is you didn't get the loan. So you're fantasizing. See, Don Juan told Carlos Castaneda, you can make yourself happy or miserable. The amount of work is the same. You can get on an airplane and say it's the safest I've been all day, or maybe, now you got to be good to do this, maybe, just maybe, there's one die-hard Japanese kamikaze pilot out there. Now you have to be really messed up to get into that kind of fantasy, but catastrophizing. So we can create scenes. In fact, we don't even have to create them. They're already in there. Most people can create sexual fantasies and have literally physical arousal. I'm not going to ask for a show of hands on this one. But if we can do that, then we can create certain kinds of inner strengths of scenes that we already have. So I want to show you how to do this. I want you to select a painful scene. Now, if you're an incest victim, don't select that scene, because the voltage of that is just too painful. You need much more careful work with incest and physical violence. And so this kind of a technique is not for that kind of violation. But it's for, I think of a time when I was, pulled by the ear in church, when it was actually my buddy who was doing it. And it was very humiliating. I got drug out and down the aisle. I was forced to leave, and I was ashamed, and I was blushing. Painful scene. And it was not handled well. The whole point of it was not handled well. This was a young clergyman, and he was very authoritarian. So I might think of that scene okay? So right now, I want everybody to think of a scene. You got punished for what your sister did or what your brother did, or you got humiliated in public, or you were humiliated at school. Just take a minute. People at home watching this, just take a minute. Think of a scene. And then once you've got the scene, what are some adult strengths? And this works real well with childhood scenes. What are some adult strengths that you now have that if you had had them then? For example, I have less fear now. I would have said, wait a minute, brother, what are you jerking me out of church for? I have my anger available to me now. See, as a child, I was terrified of any adult. I was taught to obey any adult simply because they were an adult. And anger was one of the 7 deadly sins, so I'm not about to express anger. So I'm also more articulate now. So I might think of articulation, anger, and courage. I'm not afraid. So what you then do is you close your eyes and you think of a time when you were angry. You're expressing anger, and I like to do it in a respectful way, meaning that I'm saying what I feel, what I see and hear, what I want, and expressing it, but I'm not calling the person names. But I'm being very clear that I'm angry. So think of a time that you had one of the strengths that you needed in this scene. And then you stack the positive anchor. Like I would think of a time when I was articulate and I'd touch my thumb to my finger. That's called a kinesthetic anchor. That is, I'm making a touch like a Pavlov signal. Everybody has anchors. For example, you're driving in your car and you hear a piece of music, and you remember your 7th grade boyfriend or girlfriend, or you remember somebody you went to a dance with, or you hear a holiday music. Suddenly you feel the blues, or some people have a lot of holiday blues. But you understand what I'm saying? It's like a sound will trigger a memory, or a face. Or Steve Halpern and I do a thing in our workshops where he plays music and holds people's arms, and certain music weakens you, and certain other sound strengthens you. So you can imagine living by an airport, what that might do to you. But soundscapes and healthy sound, and Stephen does a lot of this with his music. But when we were doing the exercise, I started thinking of let's say, a father's voice. What that might do to you. And let's say you were around a man that had a voice that sounded just like your father. What might happen to you? See, that's an anchor. That's like firing an anchor. So what I would do is I would close my eyes and I would think of a time when I was articulate and I would touch. I would think of a time when I was angry and I would touch. That's called stacking the anchor. And you don't have to have 3. You can do 1. You can do 2. But that would be my positive anchor. Here's my anger. Here's my articulation. Then you think about the painful scene, and when you feel just a little bit of it, you anchor it over here. So this is your X anchor. So I've got a Y anchor and an X anchor, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ding, and fire them together. I'm going to fire them together. I'm going to imagine that I could take all these strengths back into childhood. And the way I do it is I make the anchor with this fist, and then I walk back to the past with my child. And I put my hand on his shoulder, and we redo the scene. But it's like he's got his champion right behind him. And I got all these strengths. So do you get the idea of what it is to redo a childhood scene? So when you fire X and Y, the thesis is that those neurological imprints are coming together, but you're putting new imprints with that old governing scene. You're putting new imprints with the old governing scene. And when people do this exercise, it's very powerful. And then we do a thing called future pace. You go into the future where this kind of feeling, let's say you have a boss that reminds you of your father. And every time you get around him, you get resourceless. You go into this kind of resourceless feeling. By working out an earlier scene, you can future pace to that scene with your boss and handle it a lot better. Now this is not magic, and it's real important that you understand it's not, but it's very powerful. And it's a way that I can use my adult to go back and redo childhood memories. The material you're watching, we've started talking about how the child contaminates our life. And then I've gone through all the developmental stages. So now we've reclaimed the child, we begin to champion the child. I do think it's too late to have a happy childhood. I don't think it's never too late. I think it's too late. That a lot of us didn't have a happy childhood, and we have to grieve it. But I think there's a lot you can do about those old memories. You can add resources by doing this kind of a scene, by taking a painful scene, by thinking of strengths that you now have, anchoring them, saying to your little child, okay, let's go back, going back to church, and I stand right there with him with my hand on his shoulder as he says to that brother, this guy that was a brother, a Christian brother, and he says, listen, I'm not going to let you haul me out of church and humiliate me in front of these. I'm just a little boy. I'm giving you back your shame. And then he and I walk out of there. And you can play some kind of champion song if you want to when you walk out of there. But it's like that little kid was powerless, you see. And it's like when some of you may have seen the original Pain program where Kip Flock stood behind Cindy and he gave her strength and protection while she expressed her anger. Well, that's the idea here. Now, another kind of thing is to give this child, see, remember, you're the new parent now, and you're going to give this child some new nurturing rules. This child needs new rules, and a lot of these old rules are you can't express your anger, you can't express your feelings. The old rules are no talk rules. If you have something unpleasant to say, don't say anything at all. See, we have to tell the child, no, we have to deal with things. Remember, functionality is dealing. If you're angry, it needs to be dealt with. If you're sad, it needs to be dealt with. If you're afraid, it needs to be dealt with. If you're happy, it needs to be dealt with. So the first rule is that it's okay to trust your eyes and ears. Now, many of you have been watching the programs that we've done here. You've seen what we call the validation in the sharing. When somebody shares their feelings and they get validated, I really saw your sadness. Boy, I really hear the anger in your voice. See, because a lot of us grew up with families, you walked in and you said, you saw tears coming out of your mother's eyes, and you said, Mama, what's the matter? She said, nothing, go to your room. You're going, woo. I could have sworn she was crying. You know, the fighting, you heard fighting in the other room. You went in the room, what's the matter? Nothing, we're having a conversation. Go back to your room. Quit being such a busybody. So you quit trusting your eyes and ears. The emperor has no clothes on, and everybody's pretending like he does. Everybody's pretending like Dad's a saint. He's really an alcoholic. You know, like I do a whole workshop on finding your family secrets. And boy, the people you want to look for are the saints. Look out for those saints. Those ones that everybody had on a pedestal. Go check them out again. So those people need to be looked at. See, what happens when you grow up in a dysfunctional family, you quit trusting your own eyes and ears. You quit trusting your own experience. So it's very important for me, if I'm seeing something, if I'm hearing something, to check it out. And you know, you could be in another crazy situation. That's why you need a support group. Like I have a male support group, and I check out a lot of stuff with them. You know, look, I want to do a reality check. And I'll go to them and I'll talk about what I'm feeling, and I get a reality check. It's okay to think what you think. Okay to think what you think. How many of you had a thought as a child and they said, where'd you get an idea like that? Why, that's the stupidest damn thing I've ever heard. And so, woo, you know, I'm a dummy. You know, who you been hanging out with? Don't you come in this house anymore. You're not sitting at this table thinking like that. You have a right to think what you think. You only have to take the consequences of it. You have a right to feel and express your feelings. See, we've been talking about that in other programs. Everything we've been talking about in Reclaiming the Child is that it's okay to feel what you feel. Feelings are not right or wrong. They're simply what they are. And it's okay to express them. That's the way you stay sane and you stay connected with yourself. If I feel sad and you say, well, there's nothing to be sad about, what are you sad about? That's crazy making. That's crazy making. You have nothing to be afraid. What, are you afraid? What are you afraid of? There's nothing to be afraid of. Ooh, I'm really afraid. My heart's going bloom, bloom. You know, but you're telling me there's not, that's crazy making. So, want what you want. It's okay to want what you want. I was told anytime I desired something that was evil. That you shouldn't want things. And a lot of kids in poor families get that because it's so painful for their parents. And I understand that. But it is okay to want, you can tell your child, it's okay for us to want, to dream, to desire. As a little boy standing on Fairview Street, I dreamed of this kind of day. I dreamed of a day when my book would be on the New York Times. I dreamed of this kind of stuff. And a lot of those dreams are things that I really, at some deep intuitive sense, believed were going to happen. And I want people to hear that because it's important to have your dreams and your desires. It's important to be connected with that light. See, the life energy, the root chakra energy is desire. It's desire. And that's so important. That's our will to live. And so we need to give that child permission for that. And hey, it's okay to play and have fun. This is not a valley of tears. You know, I was raised with prayers that said, this is a valley of tears. Let's get out of here as fast as we can. You know, the reward is in heaven. Well, you know, a part of me believes that with all my heart. There's another part of me that ain't so sure. I want to hear a guy singing Hi-Ho when I die. That's for sure. I want to hear that. So I don't know about, I do believe there's something more. I just don't want to make the journey, if you know what I mean. But the idea is that it's okay. Let's have some, hey, this is supposed to be a celebration. I remember reading Nietzsche. I wrote my master's thesis on Nietzsche. And I read this passage in there, and he said, I could only believe in a God who dances. If these people want me to believe in their God, they're going to have to sing me better songs. They're going to have to look more like people who've been saved. They're going to have to wear on their countenance the joy of the Beatitudes. You know, and it was a very harsh indictment. And it was a big judgment. But I love the idea of a God who dances, of a celebration, of life being wonderful. One of our other programs, we talked about the wonderful child. In a subsequent program, I'm going to talk about finding your wonder child. That's that naive, optimistic little person that just loves life. I mean, kids can play all day. And there's a part of us that wants to play. And we need to give ourselves permission to play and have fun. You have a right to have all the fun you can, to just enjoy. And also, we have to give this kid permission for sexual play. Now, within your moral limits, please don't misunderstand that, somebody. Within your moral limits, it is really great to be able to play. And one form of adult play is sexual play. One of the places that many of us have been shamed is sexually. We have massive sexual addiction in this culture because of the sexual shame. That so many people have absolutely been decimated about their sexuality. You know, the day I found my nose, it was rejoicing in the family. That, you know, there was this, they were calling in neighbors saying, show them your nose. I'm a little bitty kid, I'm cute. Nose. They think that's adorable. Then one day I found my elbow. Let's show so-and-so your elbow. And then I found my navel one day. And they wanted me to show the navel, and I was really knocking people out. And then one Sunday, and I thought, look, man, if the nose got him, this is really going to get him. Never have I been taken out of a room faster. And this big giant looking at me saying, don't you ever take that out again. So we wonder why disorder of desire is the -- sexual problem in marriage. See, so I mean, you grow up in this family that has no genitals. And this is very, very scary. Because look, the mobile, you remember the mobile? Sometimes the mobile is affected when nothing's there. See, when people are denying. If I came out on this stage and I started walking around with this manila folder strapped to my groin, and you're going, hi folks, how you going tonight? What is the first thing you would notice? See, when you come out of a family that has no sexuality in it, that is going to impact you very, very powerfully. So it's very important that we work on giving that child permission, exploring that in a healthy way, in a very protected way, but in a way that allows you to really develop. Now, here's some more rules. See, these are some new rules to teach your child. It's crucial to delay gratification, to know your limits. This is Scott Peck wrote a book that was on the New York Times, for 3 years. It starts with life as problems, and the only way to solve life problems is with discipline. And the first thing, and that discipline is a technique to enhance life's pleasure. And that one of the parts of discipline is delaying gratification. See, delaying gratification means that I can enjoy certain things more. Most children from dysfunctional family have trouble delaying gratification because of scarcity. That there's this emptiness inside of us, and we don't think there's going to be enough. Boy, I better get it now, because there may never be any more. There may never be any more love. There may never be any more sex. There may never be any more money. So we got to say, look, you got me now, little John, and I'm going to protect us, and I'm going to find resources for us. I'm going to be our champion. Develop a conscience. Be responsible. We need a conscience. I didn't have a conscience. What I had was a bunch of parent tapes. I had a bunch of voices in there telling me what I should, ought, and must do. And a part of me was rebelling against that, but that was that do your duty, do your duty, do your duty. And what I'm developed now in my life is a conscience, that conscientia. What that means is that there are some things that I stand for, that I will stand for no matter what. I have values that I stand for. I don't know, I don't have a lot of them, but I have some. And a value is something that you've chosen, Sidney Simon and others have taught us. You've chosen it from alternatives, you've considered the consequences, you prize and cherish it, you're willing to publicly proclaim it, you act on it, and you act on it repeatedly. That it needs 7 things to be a value. It's chosen from alternatives. You understand the consequences of it. You act on it repeatedly. You prize and cherish it, and you will publicly proclaim it if necessary. That's a value. Now, I sat down one day and took all the stuff that I believed and applied those to them, and it was frightening. Because it was like I just had all this bunch of parent tapes. I didn't have values. Tell the truth at any cost. That's another one of the things Scott Peck talks about, telling the truth at any cost. So many of us learned to lie when it was just as easy to tell the truth, because we were brought up in these deceptive systems that had all these lies going. I have found that the more I tell the truth, just the easier my life is. The closer people get to me, the more vulnerable I am, the more I have friends and I bond with people, and I don't have to pretend, I don't have to play the nice guy, people-pleasing act. Now, believe me, I don't do this all the time. I get into my act. I was playing golf the other day, and a guy got in our fairway and was holding us up, and I was running around muttering curses. And then when we got to the clubhouse, the guy came up and said, "I'm sorry I held you up." And I said, "It's okay, we wanted to wait." And I was playing golf with my buddy Michael, and he was pretending like he was vomiting over in the bush. See, I was in my people-pleasing act. So I don't mean that I do it all the time, but to tell the truth. Be reasonable, but challenge your crazy thinking, all or nothing. You're single, you go out on a date, they don't call you back. You don't have to give your body to science over that. Just not everybody's going to like you. It's not all or nothing. If every gal I ever go out with doesn't call, every guy doesn't call me back, then I must not be okay. We've got to learn that, life is, we've got to be reasonable and awfulizing and catastrophizing. I have to say, whoa, John, whoa, let's think about this. Let's get a reality check here, because I can go crazy. There was a lot of illness in my family people were very concerned about illness, and boy, I can go crazy knowing it's it. This is it, the big C. I'm having cancer, I'm having the heart attack, and so I have to really be careful. Problems are natural. I've talked about that all through here. Functional families deal. Mistakes are teachers. Our mistakes are our best teachers. The worst thing that ever happened to me is the best thing that ever happened to me. Now, one other kind of potency that is enormously important is to go back. In an earlier program, I promised you that we were going to look at these family system rigid roles and give you, a way to look at those, because you see, I was killing myself as a caretaker. I'm very tired right now of making, these programs and doing what I've been doing lately. It's been very tiring, but I have a lot of fun planned down the line here. And I've learned to take care of myself. I'm learning how to really take care of myself. See, there's been a lot of bad press about codependency, and people saying, well, if you open the door for somebody, you're codependent, and what's the matter with these people? No one has ever said that caring for someone is codependent. What codependency is caring for someone at the expense of yourself. You do not need to be loved, Joe Cardere says, not at the cost of yourself. I cannot love you if I don't love me. So it's enormously important for me. It's been enormously important that I change this caretaker role, that I change this star role. Now, in lots of ways, I'm a star, but I'm not half as attached to this as I once was, and as I thought I might be. I'm tired of hotel rooms, and there's a loneliness in doing what I do. So it's not as glamorous. There's a commitment that I personally have made to the work of this series, and to the work that I did in the family series. And my commitment is clear, and I know what the limits of it are, and I know the place where I'm going to slow down with it, and that's been very important to me. Lost child, if you're a lost child, you need to do something about that role, because you're staying loyal to your family by acting out that role. It's very important that we look at scapegoats. Scapegoats feel bad. Usually they're carrying a lot of the family pain. What I've found is the scapegoat is often the most sensitive person in the whole family. The one that has the deepest feelings, that's been carrying mother and daddy. This kid may be acting out mother and daddy's anger. This kid may be getting in trouble all the time, acting out the loneliness and the pain in this family. Being a superachiever, believing that you don't matter unless you're a superachiever. So what do we do about this? When, first thing you do is find out what your roles were. It's enormously important that you know what your roles were, and that you get it that these are false selves, that these are all cover-ups for shame in a dysfunctional family. That this is the way that I learned to matter. Remember I said every child wants to matter. How can I matter in this family? By being a caretaker. How can I matter in this family? By being the president of the class. But in many, many ways, those weren't chosen roles. Now, what I'm doing now is chosen. Writing books, doing what I'm doing in my life is chosen. For the last 6 years, my life has been my choice, not a multi-generational accident. Now, it took me to 51 to get here. But in that sense, it's never too late. Don't get into that bag that it's too late for me. It is not too late. It is not too late to have your own life. And you don't have your own life when you're in a lost child, superachiever, any of these roles that basically are there to keep the family system together. That's what these roles are. They're the family system roles. They're the way that the family stays enmeshed. So here are some of the things that we can do about these roles. It's like the first thing to do is to decide what your role was or your roles. And often people have more than one role. For example, I'm a star, I'm a caretaker, I'm a superachiever, I'm a victim, I'm an addict. See, addict is learned behavior. I've said this over and over again in previous programs. When you come out of a dysfunctional family where there's a lot of abuse, you're being trained in addiction. You're being trained in power, control, secrecy, shame, fear, distrust, the numbing out of feelings and distance. That's exactly what you learn with abuse. And that's what sets you up for addiction. So addict was one of my roles. See, as I'm learning to be intimate, that doesn't mean I don't have the alcohol genetics or that I'm going back to drinking. That absolutely doesn't mean that. I wouldn't want to. I have no desire to. And I think I'm, a recovering alcoholic. And that this isn't something you go back to. But when I put the cork on the bottle, December the 11th, 1965, 10 years later, I was still an addict. I was still into intimacy dysfunction. I still didn't know how to have a relationship. See, remember that an addiction is a dysfunctional relationship. I know people who go to bed with their food at night. It's a relationship. It's a love relationship. Cocaine, we describe drugs in terms of a woman's name or whatever. So these addictions are very, very powerful relationships, and they're damaging relationships. They're life-damaging relationships. So we want to get it that these things are all learned. So first thing to do is write out all your roles. And then it's very important to decide which was the most important way that you learned to matter. See, like usually you'll have the most significant role. What was the most significant role you played in your family? Like mine was not star. Star was a role that was more about giving the family system dignity. See, it was an alcoholic family. My dad was gone very early on. We didn't have a car, but I was always the class president. And I was always the captain of the baseball team. See, I was the star. And so that could give my family a sense of dignity. Now, I want you to notice that any of you who are stars, that this may seem like a good deal, but it really isn't such a good deal. That you're being used for the covert or overt needs of the family system. You're being used for your family system. So that's the problem. Has that role helped your family? That's the first question to ask yourself. Has the role that you played in that family helped the family? And we want that little kid part of you to understand that. Has your being a caretaker really helped your mom? Is your mom in recovery? Is she, in fully functional in the journey to wholeness? Or your dad? Or your sister? Or your brother? By you being whatever you were? Or you being the scapegoat? Now, for some of you, you may all be in recovery, and that's great. You maybe all be functional. That's great. But for most of us, the role has not helped the family at all. It has not helped our family at all. Then what feelings did you have to give up to play that role? See, as a star, what feelings can't I have? What would happen if Superman, flew into, where does Superman fly? Wherever he flies into. And he said, all of a sudden he started crying. He said, I'm not facing Lex Luthor today. I just can't do it. I'm tired of it. Or Batman, or what, star, da-da-da, I am here. See, we can't be afraid. So what happens when you're afraid? You pretend like you're not afraid. So do you understand that the incredible thing about these roles is they take away your authentic self? What feelings did you have to give up to be a rebel? What feelings did you have to give up? Because remember, underneath the role are your real feelings. Is your authentic self, is your inner child. So that's another thing that we want to look at. What feelings are lost by me being in this role? then what are the life-damaging consequences? Man, I was killing myself as a caretaker. I was counseling 80 people a week. I would be so tired when I'd go home at night. It was like if I wasn't taking care of people, I don't matter. I have to do this. And some of you know about this role. Or you may be killing yourself by being a lost child. You're always on the sidelines of life. You never let yourself, you won't go anywhere. You won't come out of hiding because you're too scared. You won't go and meet anybody. You're lonely. You're hurting. See, that role has cost you. Rebel, you're still rebelling. You just lost your 87th job. And you don't get it that you're still fighting your father. That you're still in the family. And that role is costing you your life. Or you're still a surrogate spouse. So you can't make it with any woman. You can't be committed to any woman because you're still married to your mother. No man has ever measured up to your dad. I mean, Mr. Wonderful, who actually was using you for his own loneliness. See, those roles are life-damaging. My being a caretaker and a surrogate, and some of those roles have cost me 10 years in the monastery. Part of that's about that role. I would say in the last 5 years, I've been able to really be intimate. It's taken me that long. So, wow, has this baby had life-damaging consequences? What parts of the role do you want? What parts of the role do you like? Then keep those. I like giving care. I love the nurturing of this inner child work. But I'm not going to kill myself doing it. And then choosing some new behaviors. You know, I've had a hard time letting people take care of me in my life. I'm being taken care of wonderfully doing this series, and I'm letting people take care of me. See, that's a new behavior. I'm going places where nobody knows me. That's a very important behavior for me sometimes, in some context. I'm going places where I'm not known, where I can just be part of the group. That's a very important behavior for me. I want to read you something in closing this program. This is from Gail Goodwin's novel, The Finishing School. I got this quotation out of one of Marion Woodman's books. It's a wonderful, wonderful quotation. She says, there are two kinds of people. One kind you can tell just by looking at them at what point they congealed into their final self. You know that you can expect no more surprises from this person, that there will be no more adventure. The other kind keeps moving, keeps changing, making new trysts with life, and the motion of it keeps them young. See, I love that kind of idea, that when you're in a rigid role, you congealed into your final self a long time ago, and you're still acting out in loyalty to the system. So I want to make a decision. To be in a rigid family role is psychological death. It means that you're born and you've never lived. You go to your death like Willie Loman, never knowing who you are. See, what could be worse? To go through your life and never know who you are. Cardinal Newman, the great Cardinal Newman, once said, I do not fear that I will die. I fear that I may never have begun to live. And that's what I'd like you to think about. So next time we'll talk about a couple more ways to champion your inner child. So we'll see you. Hello everybody, and welcome to the show. We're going to continue something we started the last time, which was to talk about championing the child. Now that's a word my own inner child likes, and I was attracted to that word. The idea of having a champion in your life. I wish that I'd had a champion as a child. One of the great deep losses in my life was not having a father, and the idea of not growing up with any sense of protection. And so that's one of the ways that I understand becoming a champion to my own child, giving myself protection. And last time, one of the programs, we talked about the 4 P's of therapeutic change. I took 3 of these from Eric Berne, who was the founder of transactional analysis. And he talked about a new source of potency. In order to change, you need a new source of potency. Literally, the child in you needs a new source of potency. And you need to get new permissions. So in another program, we talked about changing rules, breaking the no-talk rule, breaking the no-feel rule, breaking rules about you can trust your eyes and ears. You can make a mistake. It's okay to make mistakes. We really have to let our little inner child know that. Also, the inner child needs protection, because when you first start this work, it's like there's a part of your head that when you get all this family system stuff and you really begin to understand it, it's kind of shocking at first. You know, it's like I've had people write me out of the family series and they say, "You ruined my childhood. I had this great childhood until you came along." You know, I'm sorry about that. I'm not trying to ruin anybody's childhood. We're trying to heal the child so that we can have this child in our life. And we spent several programs looking at all that painful feeling work that you have to go through, I think, to finish the past. You can't finish something unless you grieve it. Now that we've grieved it and we've reclaimed the child, now we begin to re-champion the child, or champion the child, or reparent the child, and to begin to give this child the kind of nurturing that the child never got. Now, in the process, we need protection, because there's a part of my kid that goes, "Wait a minute, you know, I don't know whether I trust these new people, or these people that are writing, or these things I'm reading. When I read Alice Miller, I really get it," and then I go away and little voices come on and say, "Now, wait a minute, you didn't have that bad a childhood. You had 3 squares and a roof over your head. Let's don't get carried away here." And some of you know very well, like when you're working on sexual addiction, or you're working on sexual abuse or physical abuse, how at first when you start getting to memories, it seems like, well, wait a minute, you know, maybe I'm just making this up. See, I see some of your heads nodding. And then gradually you begin to get it that, whoa, wait a minute. And all these pieces start coming together as you find out the truth of your childhood. So in the process, we need protection, because it's very scary to the child to leave home. Some of you may remember the program we did where we did the homecoming meditation. And I said, you're standing there with your child and you see your parents come out on the porch. Tell them goodbye and start walking. Well, when we do this in the workshops, oh man, people just start wailing, because it's very scary to leave those parents. And in a sense, my hope is you leave in order to go back. That is, you leave in order to have a relationship with them. I have the best relationship with my mother that I've ever had. I held my father on his deathbed. Even though we didn't have much of a relationship, we had as much as we could have at the end. So the goal here is not to say I'm never going to have anything to do with my family again. It is to leave so that I can become the person I was meant to be, that I can build my own boundaries, have my own life, and then I can choose what kind of relationship I want to have with that family. And hopefully you will want to have a relationship. You love them. You do want to have a relationship with them. The 4th P in championing is one I've added, not that Eric Byrne wouldn't know this, is practice. Doing practice. So we're going to talk in this program about infancy. What can you do if you didn't get your infancy needs met? What can you do if you didn't get your toddler needs met? What can you do if you didn't get your preschool needs met? We're going to look at all those areas. The first thing that's most important is for the child to believe in you. And so the way that I like to draw this is that now that you're championing the child, it's like the child's out here in your consciousness. You know, I'm the champion. Now, I like to appear as a wizard to my child, because I collect wizards. So I usually have some little stars on my toes, or, you know, maybe a wizard hat, something like that. and a wand with a star on it, because little John likes wizards. I have this collection of wizards, and you see, to a child, to you as a 5-year-old, if you walked into the scene, you would be a very compassionate, powerful stranger. You would be magical. Ron Kurtz talks about the adult coming into the child in his therapeutic process as magical. So it's very important to know that you're powerful to that child and that you can protect that child. And one of the things that I recommend to everyone is finding a support group, finding a group of people, finding a new family of affiliation. For me, that was my 12-step group for a while. Now it is a support group that I have created of some men. I especially needed a male support group. I don't mean that in any sexist or prejudiced way. It's just I never had a father, and I never was loved by a man. So I didn't know what the love of a man... I had a grandfather. I knew what the love of a grandfather was, but there's a difference. That father wound has been a very big wound in my life. So forming a support group has been enormously important. It's like a new family. Sharon Wexheider Cruz calls it a new family of choice. It doesn't mean you leave your other family, but this family needs to be a non-shaming place. A place where you know you can go and you're not going to get shamed. Where you can have your feelings. Like any of you have been following some of the programs we've done, you see them sitting in the group, sharing, validating. Enormously important that we have that. Fathers and new mothers. Now, I really want you to hear how I said that. I don't want to let my child find a new father or mother. I want to let my adult find a new father or mother. So in my support group, I was real sad on my birthday 2 years ago. Johnny, who's in my support group, brought me a custom-made putter. I take that as an act of fathering. A year later, his mother died. I was there for him in a nurturing, caring, supporting way. He can use me as a father. I can use him as a father. I have women in my life that are mothering and that I can be fathering to. And we've made those contracts with each other. These are non-sexual, sensual. These are friendships that are commitments. Mary Bell at our Center for Recovering Families has been very loving to me, and I can be fathering to her, and she can be mothering to me. Now, I talked in another program about intellectual mothers and fathers. Virginia Satir, Marion Woodman, Robert Bly, Jacques Maritain. These have been some of my intellectual mothers and fathers. And I can think of... people that have been in my life, in my childhood, like Sister Mary Uberta and I still write letters to each other from time to time. And there's a priest in Toronto named Father David that is a very important person in my life. He loved me at my worst. He loved me at my worst. And I have some people in the 12-step group that I went into who saw, here I am, an alcoholic, and I tell them all my worst, and they loved me. They were there for me. So I consider those people part of my family of affiliation, and I use them as mothers and fathers. There have been many people in my life that have been mothering and fathering. The danger is to have the kid do it, because he wants to make them into mother. You have to be my mother all the time. Like I'm getting very special care doing this series, and my hair is being done and my clothes are being put on for me. I'm kind of liking this, and my inner child is going, hey, let's do a few more days of this. This is very nice, but it's a reciprocity. See, a child has a right to unconditional love, especially in the first years where a child is helpless. I don't think as adults that's really possible. I think it needs to be reciprocal. That is, it needs to be, I commit to you, you commit to me. So I very much believe in finding new mothers and fathers in my life. Now, I believe in prayer. Prayer is important to me. I'm not going to stand up here. People think I'm an evangelist anyway. I cannot tell you how many people have tuned in and said, I thought I was this evangelist on there, and I was about to flip it till I listened. But it's, you know, I share all my pain with you. Why shouldn't I share my spirituality with you? When I was in the monastery, I went 371 days without a sexual thought. So be careful what you pray for. You understand this? I used to pray to the mother of Jesus, and boy, this baby's powerful. Little John's very impressed with this prayer. Now, I really wouldn't want to ever do that again. But it was very powerful. And when my father was dying, he was in a coma, and I prayed with all my heart, and that there would be enough time for his grandchildren, and suddenly, I'm telling you, I put my hands on him, and he had a heartbeat. Now, I'm not claiming anything miraculous. It scares me to even talk about it. But I believe in prayer, and my little kid believes in prayer, and one of the sources of protection for people is prayer. Now, sometimes I think prayer can be magical. People use it. If you let the inner child take over, he can make prayer magical, like people saying, you know, God gave me tickets to Oiler game today, or a 49ers game. I'm not sure that's what the almighty source of the universe is doing, is working out, you know, football tickets. But on the other hand, I don't want to mess with anybody else's belief system. And if that's your belief system, that's your belief system. The kid in you needs to know that there is a something greater than yourself. And anybody in their healthy shame, in my opinion, knows that there's something greater than themselves. The greatest philosopher maybe that ever lived was Immanuel Kant, and he talked about standing there in the wonder looking at a starry night and saying, how could anybody not believe that there was some design or something greater than himself? So I am very, you know, that's very important for me in my championing work, to let my inner child know that I believe in a source greater than us. And, you know, I think that one of the most incredible things that I know about is the 12-step groups. Scott Peck said not long ago that when we come to look at the 20th century, we may not think of nuclear fission, we may think of Alcoholics Anonymous. That has been so powerful, this healing phenomena. And of course, the 12-step programs are based on having had a spiritual awakening, and an 11th step, which talks about sought through prayer and meditation. This is what has cured alcoholics and addicts in a way that nothing else has. So for anybody not to notice that is not being very scientific. That this has been the greatest single healing phenomena we've known. Now, I think it's very important that we give our inner child some time and attention. This is my rendition of Little John talking to Big John the Wizard. The idea is that one of the ways that you can give your inner child attention is to spend some time talking to them. I think many of you have been surprised. I've gotten letters, you know, from people in the workshops that they can't believe the energy of this child when they start doing this work, or when they do the meditations. When you close your eyes and I say, you know, go to a house and see a little child there. People just can't believe the sadness that comes over them, the emotion that comes over them. So this is an energy that lives within us. This is one of the great contributions of Carl Jung to talk about the child. And then Eric Berne came along and really helped us to understand that there is a fully formed child ego state inside of us, that we can go back and we can touch all the feelings of that child. So it's very important for me to connect with this part of me. This is the most vulnerable part of me. This is my feelings. This is my needs. So like in my dialogue, I'm going to show you another way to dialogue. I don't use visual dialogue, but a lot of people do. I use writing. Another way to do this is to write with your dominant hand. You saw people in previous programs writing letters to the inner child with their dominant hand. Then you also saw an exercise where people write with their non-dominant hand. I have used that. Dear little John, how are you doing? What are you feeling? And then I answer with my non-dominant hand. So some of you who are more kinesthetic, that means you're more touchy-feely. You're not visual. When you close your eyes, you don't see things. But you're very kinesthetic. You feel things. That might be a better way to dialogue with your child, is to allow yourself to write. And you write with the dominant hand and answer with the non-dominant hand. The non-dominant hand writing feels like a child writing. There is some belief that it accesses the kind of a way that a child thinks, more of a felt thought. I don't know of any data that proves that, but I'll guarantee you people who do this exercise, I have done it over the years, is a very powerful way to connect with the most vulnerable part of you, with your feelings. So I always start off by saying, what are you feeling? What are you feeling today? And it's amazing how I've gotten in touch with my feelings doing this. Or I'll say, what are you needing? What are you wanting? See, because remember the programs where we went through the developmental stages and we talked about you got shamed for feeling your feelings. You got shamed for being needy. You got shamed for wanting. So it's real important. That's how the child got lost. It's real important to connect with that vulnerable part of ourselves, to really connect with my feelings, my needs, my wants. Some of you who've been following these programs remember we talked about one of the ways that the child contaminates our life is codependency. Codependency is a state where you don't know your internal cues. You don't know what you feel. You don't know what you need. You don't know what you want. So this kind of dialoguing can be very, very useful. It's very important if you're doing it visually to witness this. Imagine that you see on the right-hand side the adult sitting in the chair or whatever, do your own deal. And that you see the child on the left-hand side and listen as they dialogue. This is an exercise more like your witnessing self is watching this dialogue and paying attention to it. So the visual way or the kinesthetic way are both useful ways to make contact with the child. What I want to tell you is that the child needs your time. Now, not a lot of time, just to know you're there. What children need to know is you're there and you're not going to leave me. So what I recommend is pick a time and do this for 5 minutes, 10 minutes. You're worth it. You're worth that kind of time with yourself. And it's a real useful kind of way to connect with yourself and to integrate your feelings, needs, and wants into your life. Remember, again, in previous programs where I talked about when you look in that face and you can't have your anger, you can't have your sadness. All those parts of you are split off. Here's a way to integrate them. Another thing that I find very, very useful is to install new voices. To install new voices. And I want to do this with you. I want to take you through a little exercise. You see, if you were growing up in a family and somebody was saying, quit being so selfish, what are you feeling that for? What are you sad about? There's nothing to be sad about. Or quit bothering me. These are not real good voices to have imprinted in there. See, a little baby needs to be rocked and cuddled and hear that mama, daddy cooing. And what happens then is you internalize those soothing voices so that when you're alone, you have those voices in there. See, I'm not going to ask for a show of hands, but a lot of us have a lot of trouble when we're alone. It's like you've got a lot of bad voices in there. And we've really got to monitor these voices because these are not your voices. These are internalized voices. And so it's very important that we learn how to instill new voices. So I want to take you through a little exercise. First thing I want you to do is just close your eyes for a minute. And I'll just take you through this. And those of you who are viewing at home, if you feel like going through this, do it. It's a very soothing, nurturing kind of exercise. Just allow yourself to see your inner child at whatever age they appear to you. Just imagine that a little child was walking up to you at whatever age they appear to you. show you a still photo of something that happened to them. It's like they were coming to you as their champion, and they were going to show you a photograph. Look, here's what happened to me. Here's what happened to me. Here's when I got switched, or here's when I was humiliated in front of the whole class. Or here's where they were, Daddy used to yell at me. Now, just imagine that you could see that scene. You could see the child in that scene all by themselves. They're showing it to you, but they're suddenly in it. They're all by themselves and they're in the scene. They're all alone. And walk into the scene like you're there. The grown-up you is walking back in time into that scene. Here's this little girl. Here's this little boy who just had a real bad time. And if they'll let you, pick them up and hold them and tell them. Now tell them what they needed to hear. You're just a little boy. It was real normal for you to be, it's real normal to be scared. It was real normal to be loud. It was real normal. Tell them some things they needed to hear, some soothing kind of words. And then just give them a nice big hug. Hold them real close to you. Let them know, tell them I'm your champion now. And we can go back and we can do a lot of these. And I can be there to tell you what you needed to hear. I can tell you what you needed to hear. And then just you and the child walk out of that scene together. Just you and the child walk out of the scene together and just be there with them and tell them, I'm glad you're here and I'm glad to be your champion now. And I think you're beautiful just the way you are, and I love you. And I can come back anytime you need me. I can be here anytime you need me. And now take a deep breath. Another deep breath, nice deep breath. And then just slowly open your eyes. So, we took a painful scene from the past. See, it's all there. It's all imprinted in there. You know, we've talked about these governing scenes. They're all in there. And you can go back. I said I think it is too late to have a happy childhood, but I think you can go back and you can do a lot to heal some of those memories. And you can let that child know that we can go back and you can hear these good voices. And then the other thing that I very much recommend you doing is taking those affirmations. We've gone through all 4 stages, the infancy, toddler, preschooler, is whatever affirmations may have touched you, like I'm glad you're a girl, maybe that touched you, or I'm glad you're a boy. We saw a piece of videotape where 2 people were both witnessing that their mother was disappointed that he was a boy, Andy, and the gal's mother was disappointed that she was a girl, or the father was disappointed that she was a girl. So it's very important to give the child the special kind of words, the very special kind of words that the child needs to hear. So that's very, very important. Now, this can be very powerful, and you can do this with your inner child. You can do a lot of this. Again, the caution that I give you is this is not something to do with incest scenes or those very traumatic scenes. You need more protection unless you've been working on it a long time. You feel like you're on the other side of your therapy, and if you're with a therapist and your therapist says that would be all right for you to do that. But if you've been working on that, be sure you have permission before you do that. A lot of us can use these techniques, but depending on the kind of abuse and the severity of the abuse, sometimes the affect can be so intense that if you get in it, it's hard to get out of it. So the most important thing is keeping yourself safe, keeping your little child safe. If anything that I suggest scares you, just don't do it. When we do the workshops, I say to people, look, if something's frightening to you, you don't need to give any reasons for not doing it. It's very important for you to take care of yourself. The material you're listening to may affect your life and the lives of people you know. If you find this program important, new learnings. Now, I've taken these, I'm only giving you a few of them from a lot of different sources. There are a lot of people who are doing reparenting work. I've mentioned Pamela Levin's Cycles of Power. I haven't mentioned John and Laurie Weiss, who do this kind of work. You might want to find something that they're doing. Barry and Janae Weinhold. There's a lot of people doing reparenting kind of work. And they're too numerous for me to name. But enjoy a hot tub. Focus on bodily sensations. Now some of you already do this kind of stuff. And you may not know why you're so attracted to it. And what it may be is that you didn't get your infancy needs met. And if you did the exercise in one of the previous programs and you found out, man, I'm a lost child, I didn't get these needs met, then this may be something really important for you to work on. Like I have had a lot of trouble allowing people to touch me unless, it's a pretty long way into a relationship. I like to be the toucher. I don't like to be touched because there's sort of that distrust of being out of control. Now, I'm working on this. I'm working on this. This series has been a good training for me to let people take care of me. But bodily sensations. Remember, infancy is about tactile, kinesthetic. It comes through touch and sound and hearing the cooing and the echoing voices and being held. The study that was done, the United Nations people, when they went to Uganda to study the protein deficiency in the children, and they found for the first 2 years they were the most advanced children in the world. But they were put in their mother's saffron gowns and they were held up against their mother's body all the time. They were always in gentle motion being touched. And you see how much we need that kind of touching. Some people are starving. They have skin hunger. So treat yourself to regular massages. Have a friend feed you. Have a good friend that'll take you out to eat periodically when your infancy issues are coming up. Remember, these are recycled when you're in life transitions, when you're in a crisis, whenever you're starting anything new. Have a friend feed you. Periods of doing nothing. I just love to do nothing. Where are you going? Nowhere. What are you doing? Nothing. What's your 5-year plan? Don't have a 2-minute plan. Just wandering around in a shopping mall. See, listen to soft lullaby music. Rest before doing anything new. In the workshops, we use a lot of lullabies and sweet dreams, some of Stephen Halpern's music, and oh man, I love to just listen to that music. Gaze at a partner for 9 minutes. One of the exercises we do is just gazing, and have people see if they can see the child in each other. And incredible, everybody can. If you just sit there and you can make faces and the only thing you can't do is talk. And it'll really connect you with that infant. That gazing, that need to gaze. Now, and there's a whole bunch more. There's all kinds of things you can do. Toddler needs. Let's say you really got it that you didn't get your toddler needs. Go to a flea market and examine everything. Go to a store and pick everything up. Just wander around touching everything you want to touch. See, this is what toddlers are doing. They're elate explorers of each sense, without dismay, without pretense. They're just touching and tasting and experiencing life. Children have this immediate sense, sensory acuity. When I started doing neuro-linguistic training, I couldn't believe what some of these trainers were seeing. They were picking up accessing cues in people's faces. And I'd be sitting there with the guy next to me thinking, well, we're in the biggest hoax going. I see nothing. They'd say, did you see that? Did you see that nostril flare? Did you see that facial tissue change? Did you see that breathing change? Did you see the lip size change? And all of a sudden I began to understand there's all this data that you can pick up if you're willing to look and listen. Pick up nuances and pick up the feelings in people's speech. And we really know a lot about each other. Sensory acuity. We know there are perfumers who can pick out all kinds of scents, and there are wine tasters, what I always wanted to be. There are wine tasters who can tell you this is from a vineyard in 1812. Uncanny. They can tell you what vineyard it came from. And it was said of scouts, Indian scouts, that they could see for miles around, and people play music by ear. Sensory acuity. I've actually done some of Dolores Krieger's work, laying on hands. It's not a religious laying on hands, it's therapeutic touch, using the chakra energies in the hands. And this is powerful stuff. We did a workshop in Lincoln, Nebraska. A woman found a tumor in her husband. They had no idea it was there. Just had never done this before in her life, going down his body, accessing the energy. See, it's like when we're abused as children, we numb out. We die, and the only way we can have our life is through our addictions. Through our doings, we become human doings. We don't know about being. We don't know how it is just to be, and to really be in touch with yourself. With, Zen seeing. The Zen masters talk about really seeing things and hearing things. So, hang out with kids at a playground. I mean, didn't you love to do that with your own kids or grandkids? I mean, I loved to go to the park, and it wasn't about my son. I loved Christmas because I'd get new electric trains every year while he played with boxes. Such a deal. Spend some time playing with clay or, this tactile stuff. Or did you come out of where that's dirty? Oh, God, you can't touch anything because you've got this anal compulsive upbringing. Go to the park with a friend. Practice Zen seeing. Just look at things. Really look at a leaf or the bark of a tree. Or there's an exercise that the Gestalt people do where you pretend like I take you with me, I blindfold you, or I have you close your eyes and I hold your hand, and when I squeeze, it's like a camera lens, and you open your eyes. When I squeeze, you open your eyes. And I take you up to things so that you can just focus on what you're looking at. See, it's like being. You just focus on the being of the thing. And that's sensory acuity, learning sensory acuity. Practice saying no. John and Laurie Weiss have this technique where you just walk around for a week by yourself saying, nope, no, oh no, nah, Nino, no, no way, Jose, oh no. All right. Now, wait a minute. That's the first week. That's only the first week. The second week, you get a friend and you make a contract with them that no matter what you say to me, I'm going to say no. Now, if you've ever hung around with a 2-year-old, so you get your friend and they know, and you ask them things and you practice saying no. And then the third week, you got to really do it. You got to really say no to somebody. And I'm going to tell you, I didn't do that particular technique, although I like that, but I had to learn how to say no. See, addicts do not know how to say no. Good guy, people-pleasing sweethearts do not know how to say no. A lot of us who are addicted to caretaking do not know how to say no. And it's gotten us in a lot of trouble in our life. A lot of painful stuff in our life because we couldn't say no. You know, sexual stuff. You couldn't say no. You didn't have boundaries. Stuff in your life you didn't want to do because you didn't have boundaries. See, no is a boundary. No is a boundary. Healthy shame is a boundary. One of the biggest problems that abused children have is their boundaries are violated. If you can be hit just at the discretion of the big giant anytime they want to because they own you, then you don't have a physical boundary. And then if somebody sexualizes you, somebody incests you, they're violating your sexual boundaries. Or there's no boundaries in your house. You know, people bounce in the bathroom when you're there. There's no space you can go to. Practice expressing anger. Now, anger is tough. And what I do is I stay with what I see. Here's what I see. Here's what I hear. Here's what I interpret. Here's what I feel. And here's what I want. I saw you dancing with Billy 12 times. I interpreted you were enjoying that and you were kind of turned on. I felt scared and angry, and I want to know what that's about. It's a healthy way to express anger. Told you what I saw, told you what I interpreted, told you what I felt, told you what I wanted. I'm staying inside my own skin. Now, here's another way to do it. God, you were disgusting last night. That made me sick watching an old woman like you dancing with that young boy. Now, bossy, I'm going for the juggler. But do you see how totally shaming and totally ineffective that is to be saying that to somebody? What could any human being do except go into a defensive posture when somebody's beating up on them like that? So if I'll stay under my skin, now you got to practice this. You're not going to do this in your next big con. Let's see, what did Bradshaw say? If you don't practice this ahead of time. But the point is that where did you learn how to express anger? Where did your inner child learn how? At home. What did you see modeled for you? See? And working on want lists. What do you want? What do you want? Right now, I know what I want in my life. I'm 57, and I know what I want to be when I grow up. It's incredible. But half my life, I haven't known what I wanted. Now, preschool, practice asking lots of questions, because that's what preschoolers do. Let me check this out. Let me be sure if I'm getting this right. Here's what I heard you saying. Is that right? Or let me check something out. You look like you're upset right now. Is that right? No, I'm not upset. Well, wait a minute. I hear it in your voice that it sounds like you're upset. See, I check it out. And that's what a lot of us were never allowed to do as kids. We were never allowed to ask questions. Practice being aware of feelings. If you're aware of a feeling, exaggerate it. You know, like, well, go look in the mirror. If you're starting to feel a little bit sad, go look in the mirror and just make a face and get it as sad as you can. I worked with Alexander Lowen one time. He's a body therapist, and he pushed these muscles in my face, and all of a sudden I was just sobbing. I was just sobbing, and I could see this scene, this old scene with my dad, where he had abandoned me. And I had no idea that was right there. It was right there in my body. But one of his techniques was to make you get your face in the posture of what the feeling would be like. By the way, feeling is manifested in the face more than any other place. So, like, go to the mirror if you feel some anger. If you have trouble with anger, you're a good guy, people-pleasing sweetheart, and people walk all over you. Get in the mirror and go, "Rawr!" and growl. Make growling noises and do wood chopper. Ah! You may scare yourself, but it's okay. I mean, it's like that's the idea. Communication skills. I mean, how are you going to learn? Did you see mom and dad say, "Joe, I have some anger I want to deal with here. I'm going to stay in iMessages and sensory-based detail"? Is that what you saw at your dinner table? So now again, I'm not trying to put your parents down or my parents down. They just didn't know how to do this. This is 100 years of therapy that has helped us to understand this. Virginia Satir used to see the level of dysfunction in families just by listening to the communication and the level of codependency in families. It was absolute work of art to watch her communicate with people. confronting magical expectations. Hey, don't wait. Don't try hard. Do it. Don't wait. If you're waiting for your prince to come, no, go call. Go get phone numbers and call and put a sign on you. I'm looking for a prince. I'm looking for a princess. You know, this waiting, sometimes you have to wait. But don't do it if you don't have to. It's a magical act. See, it's all that fairy tale stuff. That if you just wait long enough, your prince will come, your princess will come. I had about an 80-year-old woman come in for therapy one day, just furious. She had been waiting 42 years. You know, she was really angry. And nobody had come. I remember when I came out of the seminary, I thought, well, now, you know, it'll get around fairly quick that they know John Bradshaw is out of the seminary. And I'll just sort of wait for the companies to call. And about 4 months later, I had this guy that was a sponsor in a 12-step group, and he drove me to the superhighway, the big thoroughfare, and it was about 7 in the morning. And I said, what are we doing here? And he just sat there silent. I said, what are we doing here? And he said, well, you see all those cars? I said, sure, I see these cars. What is this all? He said, they're going to work, John. They're going to work. I said, oh, I see. You have to go out and ask somebody for a job. See, this magical little... I'd studied to be a priest, why people should be beating their door down to come find me. That isn't the way it works. Confront the magic. Confront toxic guilt. You have a right to your own life. You have a right to your own life. Create a bond with same-sex groups. Now, I don't want that to sound sexist. A lot of us have not had fathers. A lot of us men have never bonded with men. There's a lot of homophobia, a lot of beating up on gay people out of that homophobia because men have never been loved by men and don't feel lovable as men. Now, a lot of women have never been loved by women and don't feel lovable as women. So what happens to the inner child when that happens? You think you got to have a man to be fixed. But if you don't have a man, well, you might as well give your body to science. If I don't have a woman, and I did that, I went to women to be fixed. I went to Holy Mother Church to be fixed in my life. And what I found was, and I've had this for about 7 years, my fathers, my new family, are a group of men. And, oh, man, to experience fear, to express fear with other men, to cry in front of other men, to have other men tell me they love me, to call me to myself when I'm beaten up on myself, to be vulnerable is really powerful. And I have Johnny, and I have George, and I have Michael, and oh man, is it wonderful. And that's been a very important thing for me. Now, I'm not saying that may be what you need to do, but I'm suggesting that a lot of wounded inner kids have a lot of sexual confusion, don't really love ourselves for who we are, set goals and experiment with goals. This is one of the things, purpose is one of the tasks of preschool children. Now again, there's tons more things you can do there, but all the major therapies help people with these kind of things. New learnings for school age, life skills. There's just a lot of stuff I didn't learn to do. See, one of the jobs of parents is to give time, to give attention, and to give direction. To give direction. I can barely change a light bulb. When my car breaks down, if there's a woman around, I open the car and take the dipstick out. Pretending like I know what I'm doing. And why? Because, I feel like, I have these tapes in my head that real men are supposed to know how to fix mechanical things. And, so if a woman's around, if there's a woman around, I just leave the thing, go call AAA. Because I haven't the foggiest idea what's in there. Not the foggiest idea. And, but the point is that I never learned how to do any of that. Now, maybe in retirement I'm going to learn how to fix some stuff like that. Maybe not. But Social skills. How many of you have trouble when you get in a social, you go to a party? When I quit drinking, I couldn't imagine why anybody went to a party. The only way I knew how to have any fun at a party was to be crocked. Or to stand there by the hors d'oeuvre table and eat over in the corner. But you have to learn social skills. Social skills are something that we can be taught. If they can be modeled for us. So it's very important. Setting intellectual boundaries. Practicing values clarification. I talked about that in another program. What is it that you stand for? What do you believe? What are your beliefs as opposed to parent tapes? Just something you've internalized. Remember I talked about, is it something you've chosen? Did you choose it from alternatives? Do you understand the consequences of it? Do you prize and cherish it, that is, you really have commitment to it? Do you act on it? Do you act on it repeatedly? Is it something you would publicly proclaim if you needed to, your belief system, if it were appropriate? See, that's a value. Now, if you don't have those qualities in it, it's something, you do it once a year. You go to the synagogue once a year. That's not a value. That's probably the terrors of hell or something, or Gehenna or whatever. But it's probably not a value. A value is something that is chosen from alternatives. You know the consequences. You prize and cherish it. You act on it. You act on it repeatedly. And if necessary, you'll proclaim it. See, are you a value to yourself? Do you value yourself? Would you stand up and say, I am a good and wonderful person? I am valuable. This is what we've been talking about in these other programs, being devalued. Abuse devalues children. Abuse devalues you, and it's hard to develop that as adults. And this is the best way I know to develop it, to start connecting with that child and championing the child. And really what values are intellectual boundaries. They are what you stand for. Look, here are my sexual boundaries. Here's what I know I will do, that I feel comfortable with, and here's what I won't do. And I'm real clear about that. Now, I'm not saying you have to flip this out on every date. Hey, Buster, boom, and here. But I think it's very important to have such values, to have body values. I see people come up and hug someone without even asking them, or just sort of get in their space. And the more abused people are, often the worse their boundaries are. It's like you don't have good boundaries because nobody respected or valued your boundaries. See, how do you learn boundaries? By noticing, by having people who respect your boundaries. So, brainstorming a problem with friends, co-creating a solution. Remember, this is a cooperative stage. The school age is a cooperative stage. Practice negotiating conflict. There are ways we can learn to fight fair. There are ways we can learn to fight fair. Breaking parental enmeshments. Now that's a whole technique that I use, but that's a lot about the idea that many of us were bonded to a parent, either a parent of the same sex, a parent of the opposite sex, and a lot of this inner child work. I put that here because it's sort of like when you're leaving home, it's really important to leave home. It's really important to break that bonding with that parent. And a lot of people have not done that. They don't know how to do that. I have some exercises that I do. There's some wonderful exercises that Connie and Steve Andreas, who are NLP people, have developed in their works for breaking those kind of enmeshments. Those of you who did the work on homecoming, you did the exercise and you said goodbye, that's breaking an enmeshment. So that is it's just something that I want you to know that you can do, and the grief work is a way that you can do it. So championing this child is a way that all of us can learn to integrate this energy into our lives. I have people in the workshops finish the fairy tales that they start. And, I wrote my fairy tale, and then I write an ending to the fairy tale. So it's a wonderful kind of experience to begin to be this child's champion. And in my opinion, a lot of the coldness, the rage, the anger, the violence in the world comes from this wounded child. That when I see people who are angry and who are isolating and you can't get close to them, there's a little kid in there that wants to be loved, wants to be close. A girl named Mary sent me this poem. It's an anonymous poem. It talks about 6 humans trapped by happenstance in black and bitter cold. The poem's called The Coal Within. Each one possessed a stick of wood, or so the story's told. Their dying fire and needed logs, the first man held his back, for on the faces around the fire he noticed that one was black. The next man, looking across the way, saw one not of his church, and he wouldn't bring himself to give the fire that stick of birch. The third man sat in tattered clothes. He gave his coat a hitch. Why should he put his log to use to warm the idle rich? The rich man just sat back and thought of the wealth he had in store and how to keep what he had earned from the lazy, shiftless poor. The black man's face bespoke revenge as the fire passed from sight, for all he saw in his stick of wood was a chance to spite the white. The last man of this forlorn group did nothing except for gain. Giving only to those who gave was how he played the game. So, their logs held tight in death's still grasp was proof of human sin. They didn't die from the cold without. They died from the cold within. This is a beautiful poem. I wished I knew who wrote this. If anybody is out there and you wrote this, please let me know. But the healing of that child, championing that child, the child is very healing. Children have fights and then they kiss and hug. Walt Disney, when he died, Disney understood this. Listen to what Severide said when Disney died. He was an original, not just an American original, but an original, period. One of the happiest this century has ever experienced. He probably did more to heal, or at least soothe, the troubled human spirit than all the psychiatrists in the world. What Walt Disney seemed to know was that while there's very little adult in a child, there's tons of child in every adult. And to a child, the world is brand new every day, and Grumpy and Sneezy and Snow White may be fantasy, but they're a lot better than ICBMs. Boy, I mean, what a statement. So, look, next time we're going to uncover our authentic feelings and connects us with the superconscious mind. In this episode, we'll follow the urgings of discovery as we reconnect with our greatest source of creativity and regeneration. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the show. In this part of our series, I want to talk about the Wonder Child. And the Wonder Child I talked about earlier on in other episodes is our natural, authentic self. And that's the self that we have to get to by disciplining the wounded child. Marion Woodman says in one place that in order to get to the spiritual power of the Wonder Child, we have to discipline the wounded child. And what that really means is that this wounded child inside of us is childish. My little wounded child got me in a lot of trouble over the years because he wants what he wants when he wants it. Just recently, I got on an airplane. He saw a stewardess. He said, "I want her." I said, "John, we have to be careful here. I mean, that part of me that's undisciplined, that part of me that didn't get his needs met, and that part of me that I've been working on for a long time. I'm being facetious with that, but the child, it's an example that the child wants what he wants when he wants it, without some kind of structure, without some kind of development. So what we're going to look at as we look at the Wonder Child is we're looking at the fourth step now in what I'm calling our journey to wholeness. I believe that the fulfillment of human life is to be a whole person, to have all parts connected, to accept yourself just like you are, to be in touch with your feelings, needs, and wants, and your own personal power. We've talked about changing behavior, what I call the recovery part of the work. We talked about the uncovery part of the work, going back into the family of origin, embracing the pain, doing the legitimate suffering. We can't heal the pain unless we embrace the pain. Then we've been talking about corrective experiences or the cognitive work, literally learning the things that we never learned in these developmental stages, changing our belief systems about ourselves, finding our own personal values. And the fruits of that is to move into a spiritual place. Now, what I mean by spiritual is lifestyle, expanded lifestyle, an inner life, that you have connection with your own inner feelings, needs, wants, and that you have whatever you call your own higher power. But it's about an inner place. The wonder child, as I am using it, and I'm using it in the context that Carl Jung used it, is this most spontaneous part of us and this most creative part of us. Earlier on in one of the earlier programs, I made a drawing like this, that when we were born, this is Bob Subby's little model, the private self and the public self were just alike. Now, they don't look exactly alike in my drawing, but the private self and the public self, as we begin to develop, the public self takes over and the private self sort of goes into hiding. This is the child adapting to survive. This has sometimes been called the natural child, and this is called the adapted child. Now, nobody can be born into a culture and not have to adapt. That is, adaptation is part of any socio-cultural history. So every one of us, to be born into a culture, have been wounded by that culture to some degree. That we have to work through our socio-cultural history in order to find our true self. And the wonder child is your true self. So what we're looking at here is what is this reality in me that I had to give up when I adapted to survive? When I had to not show my fear? When I had to pretend like I wasn't afraid or not be angry, or when my sadness was shamed? That was the part of me that I want to reconnect with. Alice Miller called it that nearly autistic child. And she said, I'm going to let that child lead me. Because there's something about the spontaneity of the child, that the child is connected, born comrade of bird, beast, and tree. Children, in a sense, are natural mystics, but they're not reflexive mystics. In one sense, we are all born at one with all things. We have to develop a kind of an ego boundary in order to get it that we're one with all things. And ultimately, we have to give up that boundary, at least to understand that boundary is a socio-cultural boundary. It's something that's been created out of a culture. And so the wonder child is our authentic self. It's the self that is the deepest, realest part of me. It is my true self. And what we want to look at is how do we get to this self? How do we find this self? Everything that I've been talking about is a way to get to this self, to do the reclaiming work, to do the championing work. Now, we've got to realize that the wonder child is spontaneous, the wonder child is creative, the wonder child is resilient, the wonder child is all of those things that I described earlier on in the program where I was describing the wonderful child. What I want to suggest to you tonight, these are 8 astounding propositions that I'm going to make, and I've actually adapted these from 14 propositions that I read one time that Willis Harman had assembled. He's a guy that is a transpersonal psychologist, and he works with literally the extent of our power. What is the extent of our power? You see, as a wounded inner child, codependent, shame-based person, I lived my life defensively. I lived my life just basically surviving. And I promised you at the beginning of this series that I was going to talk about a journey to wholeness. That is, moving toward finding our power, our personal power. Because what life is about is having personal power. The problem of childhood is that for the first 6 years, we're powerless. So that what happens to us there, we're dependent on whoever it is that happen to be our caretakers. And what happens in those first 6 or 7 years, as we have seen, has a drastic effect on our lives. Now, it has a drastic effect, but it's not an effect that we can't do something about. We can find our true self, but we've got to be willing. There's an old saying in therapy, it'll work if you will work. It will work if you will work. If you're willing to make the commitment, if you're willing to do the championing, it's possible for all of us then to find this true self, this true and authentic self. Now, in these propositions, the first premise is that each of us has access to a supraconscious mind. Now, supraconscious, higher conscious, larger conscious, cosmic conscious, you can call this whatever you want. But the data that we have from dreams, for example, the data that is coming in from the studies that J.B. Rhine did at Duke on extrasensory perception, on telepathy in dreams. In 1958, he presented findings to the American Psychological Association that were incontrovertible, that what he had found was unequivocally beyond any kind of possibility of chance. And what he basically said was that we have a consciousness that's beyond our ordinary consciousness. That our ordinary consciousness is characterized, especially if you're a wounded child person, if you're an adult child person, by the wounds. See, if there was a hole in the roof tonight, I'd become roof conscious. I would become roof conscious. I would go where the danger was. Adult children, people with wounded inner child, are often very childish and often very egocentric. Why? Why would we be so egocentric? Because if you have a chronic toothache, all you can think about is your tooth. And so if you have a hole inside of you, if you feel like there's an emptiness or an absence, so much of my life I never felt like I belonged. I felt like I was kind of standing on the sidelines, watching life go by. And so when you live like that, with that hole inside of you, that sense of absence. Marion Woodman tells the story of a woman in Toronto who went to see the Pope. And she wanted to get some pictures of the Pope, so she set up her tripods and all this stuff. And she was so busy, she got the picture, but she didn't see the Pope. So later on, when she developed the picture, the man she came to see was in the picture, but she was absent from the experience. Now that's a fantastic description of the wounded inner child, or a toxically shamed human being who is split inside, that we're in our life, but we're not in our life. I used to say I had this exciting first 30 years, I just wasn't in on it. Or people ask me a lot, in interviews, have you ever had an out-of-body experience? And, my answer is I've hardly ever been in my body. So I don't know what you're talking about. So this idea that when you live in that kind of egocentric defensiveness, there's no way that you could get to any kind of higher consciousness. There's no way. So it's so important that we get it, that we have this higher consciousness, that we have higher kinds of possibilities, that we really can do things that we didn't know we could do. And we're getting evidence now, I think of Ambrose and Olga Warhol. Some of you may have heard of Olga Warhol and Ambrose Warhol. But they were psychics, and They were some of the most humble people that perhaps we've ever had who had these kind of extraordinary powers. Olga Worrell was brought into Meningers over and over again to diagnose cases that had befuddled the doctors because she was clairvoyant, which meant she could see things that were not apparent to other people. And Elmer and Alice Green at the Menninger Clinic studied them as they did Jack Swartz in Oregon. Jack Swartz is a psychic in Oregon. Now, a lot of people get real scared about psychics, and I hear this fanatical New Age sort of phrase that means, I don't know what exactly it means, but for some people it means something terrible. And I don't even know what they're talking about when they use it. But what I'm talking about is not New Age. It's something that's, whatever that means, it's something that's grounded in some pretty sound psychological research. Elmer and Alice Green are pretty sophisticated scientists at the Menninger Clinic, and they studied Jack Swartz. In fact, they did a film called The Yoga of East and West, where they went and they videotaped some of the yogis and some of these people who have voluntary controls over involuntary processes. And Jack Swartz has that kind of ability. I have seen movies of him taking an 18-inch knitting needle and sticking it through veins with an electroencephalogram showing that his consciousness stays in alpha brainwave patterns the whole time. And then when he pulls it out, he heals it. He heals the wound himself. And Jack's been doing this for years. He's a personal friend of mine. I've been to his workshops and seminars. He's eaten 3 meals a week for the last 32 years. He's figured out a way to photosynthesize energy without going through the middleman like lettuce and vegetables. He sleeps 2 hours a night. This guy's the answer to the hunger problem in the world. We ought to be studying him on the evening news. Jack's written books on voluntary controls. He teaches at Grants Pass in Oregon. It astonishes me that there's not more study of a man like this, that people are not more interested, you see, because one of the problems is that we get habituated in a belief system. The sociologists of knowledge tell us that we create culture, and then culture creates us. It tells us what we can believe and what we can't believe. I don't know if you ever saw that program, That's Incredible. There was a guy on there who would catch arrows. It was the most incredible thing I've ever seen. You know, this guy would go, catch the arrow right out of the middle of the air. And what always fascinated me about that is, whoever thought you could catch an arrow? See, all of a sudden one day this guy must have been sitting there thinking, I wonder if you can catch an arrow. And what he did is he started working on catching arrows. See, in other words, he challenged the existing belief system. He said, wait a minute, how do you know you can't catch an arrow? And there was another guy on there that jumped over cars that were coming 50 miles an hour down the highway. You know, how did this guy ever think of that? I wonder if you can jump over a car. You know, it's like, where does this come from? This kind of incredible ability. It's changing belief systems. So what I want to suggest to you, and especially those of you like me that have lived your life so much on the outside, like codependence, we've been other-aided, believing that all happiness was on the outside, or we've been so scared that we were always adapting and defending, or we were so shame-based, like me, that I've guarded lest I ever be unguarded. So my energy is all out here. You know, I used to have a professor in Toronto who said, choose your enemies well, because your enemies condition you. Like if I think your enemies, I'm going to be thinking about you, and I'm going to be, you know, creating my thought patterns around my enemy. If you think everybody's the enemy, if you're scared of everything, then that's going to highly condition the way we think. So as I own this child in me and let him know it's safe, I'm going to be his champion. I'm going to be his champion, and it's safe to be here, and we're going to have our feelings. And we're going to have our needs, and we're going to have our wants as much as we possibly can. We're going to have them within the context of our life without hurting anyone else. We're going to have them. And I'm going to operate on the belief that I do have this higher consciousness, this larger consciousness, and that this consciousness is connected to all other forms of consciousness. Now, that is the work that's being done at Stanford Research Institute right now. Puthoff and Targ, who are physicists, wrote a book called Mind Reach. They also wrote a book, Russell Targ did, called Mind Race, where he's describing the Russians and how the Russians are doing all of this work on higher consciousness, doing a lot of work on what's called remote viewing perception, sensory perception, remote viewing, where somebody sits in a room and someone else goes to an appointed target area, somebody who doesn't know where they're going ahead of time, and starts taking Polaroid pictures. And at precisely the moment they hit the target area, the person in the room starts saying what he or she sees, or drawing pictures that they see, or recording on a tape recorder what they see. And they have had incredible kinds of data come out of that people can do this, that we are not limited by time and space in ways that we have believed we are. Where a whole culture believes it is limited by time and space, then that's the way we operate, limited by time and space. What this kind of work is suggesting, and I by no means am telling you that it's all proven, is that we have a larger consciousness, that there is evidence. Hella Hamid was one of the people they used who could not only remote view in space, she could remote view in time. She could start writing and drawing what they were going to see before they left. And she was a photographer, and this is all written up. It's written up in a book called The Silent Pulse by George Leonard. It's written up in a book called Mind Race by Russell Targ. I'm not trying to present this as data, but what I'm trying to present is that there's some possibilities that when you've lived in defensive structures all your life that you've never even considered, that we resist this knowledge. We resist it because of our wounds. We also resist it because of language. See, language cuts the world up. We murder to dissect, Wordsworth said. When you define something, you put limits on it. There are great artist teachers who don't want their students to have had any formal education, because formal education puts you in all these categories, and you start cutting the world up into all these categories. You see, a little child doesn't have all those categories. A little child has this immediate connection with the world and all the things in the world. Listen to Frances Wicks. She's a Jungian analyst. She says, experiences of timeless realities may come to the very young child. As he grows older, problems press upon him. His ego must grow to meet the demands of greater consciousness. And numinous experiences may appear to be forgotten by the ego, but remembered by the higher self. Now, in a little bit later in the program, I'm going to do a meditation with you and talk about some of the ways that we could connect. Suppose that was possible. Suppose it was possible that your child, your wonder child, really knew a lot of stuff, that you know a lot more than you know you know. That right now in your unconscious, there's a lot of stuff you know that you didn't know you knew. There's a lot of stuff that you've done in your life that you didn't know you could do. There's a lot of things that you got through that you didn't know you would ever be able to get through. And you're not thinking of those things right now. You're not thinking those things because, you see, the sort of consciousness is focused. That's why the Buddhists talk about ignore ants. You see, that when I'm looking over here, I'm not looking over here. It's why the Buddhists say that if you're in human form, there's always going to be suffering. Why? Because you don't have this full knowledge that you could have. So let's say we resist this knowledge. Culture tells you how to be a man, how to be a woman. It tells us how the world is. Oh, that's a, I've given lectures on this. Oh, people say, that's a bunch of hogwash. And yet we've got data on it. Ken Pelletier, right here in San Francisco at the Langley Porter Neuropsychiatric Clinic, has done all kind of stuff on the powers of mind. So all I'm suggesting to you is that we do resist this knowledge, and the more that you're willing, the more you feel safe in your life, the more that little child in you feels safe, the more you'll begin to come out. And you'll begin to let yourself have this part of you, which I'm calling your wonder child. This part of you that no one's ever been like this before. There's never been anybody like you. And there never will be anybody like you again. That all consciousness is purposeful. Now, let me go back to this point just for 1 second. The idea of that extrasensory kind of knowing is that we're really not limited. That we really are all connected in consciousness. That's why you can be telepathic. That's why you can be clairaudient or clairvoyant. My mother was, I know. Wasn't your mother clairaudient or clairvoyant? She knew. She knew every time I was drunk. She knew every time I was drinking. It was awesome. And you know, as people hear this kind of material, they come forth and they say, yeah, you know, I knew right when my son was having the accident, or I knew right when my cousin was dying. I knew things that I could not have known by ordinary consciousness. Consciousness is purposeful. Now one thing I want to jump here for a second to 7. Mind and matter are both energy. That's what Einstein taught us. So what does that mean? It means that body and mind, it means that consciousness is energy, and that when we look at consciousness, it's purposeful. I mean, you don't just go around in circles all day long. You go in some direction. Consciousness is intentional. So it's possible for us to think that this higher kind of consciousness has a plan for us. That is, that there's a direction that we were uniquely born to go for. That is, that we were really moving in that direction. I knew at 10 years old, standing on Fannin Street, Fairview Street in Houston, Texas, some of the things that have happened in my life. Now, it's kind of eerie to say that. And you know, a lot of people get real frightened when they hear this kind of stuff. But it's all come true. And I trust that. I trust that deep, deep part of me. That's what I called earlier your soul. That what cries out in abuse. Something that moves you to recovery. See, it couldn't be your wounded self that moved you to recovery. How could your wounded self move you to recovery? Francis of Assisi said once, who we are looking for is who is looking. Who we are looking for is who is looking. This witnessing self. So it's possible that there's a plan for us. I know that I was supposed to do what I'm doing. I know it. And a little bit later, I'm going to talk about a couple of serendipities. These synchronicities that suddenly something happens. And you don't, I mean, it seems like chance, and maybe it is chance, but it gets kind of eerie after a while. And a lot of people in 12-step programs talk about this all the time. It's kind of eerie. The resources are available, mind over matter. See, mind over matter, that I can open myself to this consciousness. In the 12-step programs, they talk about a higher power. Well, what is this if it isn't a higher power? Now, whatever you want to call that. You can call this supraconscious mind God and say we're part of that, or you cannot call it that. You can just say we have that. And that the only obstacle to all of this is our lack of belief. And that if we would operate in accordance with that higher consciousness, we would connect. We would connect. We would really connect with each other. In fact, that's one of the things that I see happening in this inner child work. As people sit around and tell their stories, as you've watched in some of these video segments in past programs, the kind of bonding that takes place. See that lonely little child in me, when I sit and I hear about one of you who came out of an alcoholic home, or I hear one of you who came out of a workaholic home or a violent family, or I hear one of you talking about your sexual abuse, and I hear the loneliness in that little child in you, and the loneliness in my little child connects with that. And then we all bond together. And there's kind of a way that the wonder child connects with each other when we tell our stories to each other. So one of the ways that we can find that wonder child is by being willing to tell our stories. There's something about telling stories that is very, very powerful when you hear someone else's story. And for a long time in my life, I could cry about your story, but I couldn't cry about mine. You know, but it was okay, because other people's stories helped me to begin to own and embrace my own. These are the propositions that there is this wonder child in us, and that there are ways to connect with this wonder child, which is this higher kind of consciousness. And here are some of the kinds of things that I talk about. What I call energetic emergences, or what Carl Jung called energetic emergences. Telling our stories is one of the ways to connect with the wonder child. That is, you connect with that authentic little person, and it's okay to come out of hiding because you're telling me about your pain. It's okay for me to come out of hiding because you're telling me about what happened to you. See, one of the things I know is that when people are willing to stay in their pain, when people are willing to be rigorously honest, when we're willing to be vulnerable, one of the things we're working on in our treatment center is being in our healthy shame. I told you the story about somebody confronting the staff, and our director saying, "You're absolutely right." That's what I call healthy shame. I mean, don't say you're right if it isn't right, but it was right. And healthy shame means that you be vulnerable. If I tell you about raging at my children, you can come out of hiding if that's what you've done too. I hope you haven't. But by any one of us willingness to be vulnerable with the rest of us, then it allows us to come out of hiding. And then, you see, when it's safe, because I guarantee you can't do inner child work, you can't heal shame if it isn't safe. One of the things we found in our treatment center is you cannot do this work if it isn't safe. And we found that therapists shamed people in very, very unusual ways, that, you know, if I'm overly attached to my own theories, like if I believe that everything's about an Oedipal complex, I'll start asking you the kind of questions, and before I'm through, I'll get an Oedipal complex out of you. And if you're a good shame-based person and I'm not getting the Oedipal complex I want, you'll pick up that I'm disappointed. And you'll feel shamed that you're not getting this right as a patient. I went to a psychiatrist one time, and I became the kind of person he needed to feel good about himself as a psychiatrist. Because as a good shame-based person, I could pick up the micro-calibrations in his face. And he was a very rigid therapist. He had a very clear idea. And I don't mind somebody being that if they tell me ahead of time, here's my model, here's what I use, but you know, don't lay it on me. Persistent childhood memories. Persistent childhood memories. Carl Jung talked about a place in his memoirs where he was stuck. He was stuck in his thinking. In fact, he was very disturbed. And he went to his own therapist. And he got in touch with a memory when he was 10 or 11 years old, where he had been playing with blocks and mud and bottles and building castles. And his remark in his memoirs was, there's some kind of energy left in this memory, because I went right to it. I'm going to do a meditation with you in a little bit about this. Finding a memory that may still have energy. He went to this, and what he did is for several months, every day at noon, he started playing with mud and blocks and bottles and building. And he would play with them in the evening. You know, folks were probably pretty alarmed by this. But he said, I have to do this. I have to do this. There's something in my little boy, and this is what I call the wonder child. There's something in my wonder child that's trying to get my attention about this. There's something I need to finish here, or something I need to connect with here, some kind of energy. And as he tells it in his autobiography, after he finished, at a certain point, the energy was gone for these building blocks. And it was very shortly after that he came up with the theory of the collective unconscious. It opened up. It opened up that consciousness. And it was incredible because I had had an incident in my childhood where I was building a balsa wood model plane, as some of you may remember, where they have all those little parts. They still have them. And my brother accidentally crushed it. I had it all done, but I hadn't had the paper. I hadn't put the paper on it yet. My brother crushed it. And I never went back to it. And I never remembered this until I read this in Carl Jung, but at about 39 years old, I decided I am going back to build a model airplane, but I'm going to put the paper on it this time, and I'm going to paint it. And I worked till like 3 in the morning every night, building this balsa wood model plane. I put the paper, I painted it yellow. I don't think I've ever been so excited about anything. And then I finished it. And this would be about 11 years ago. And again, I never connected with any of this till I read this piece in Jung, that suddenly I had this wave of creativity in my life. And the last 11 years have been unprecedented in my life in terms of creativity. Now, I think there was some energy there. And this is what I mean by a persistent childhood memory. There's something unfinished. And that wonder child wants to expand and expand and expand, but it's blocked. Sometimes it'll come out in dreams. I had a client that was a very, very successful lawyer in a great big law firm, but he was very stoic. He was very unfeeling. He had this dream, and he just started sobbing, and he sobbed for about 4 days. And the dream was about an animal hospital. And what he got in touch with is, as a child, he wanted to be a veterinarian. And his father used to ridicule him for this. You know, tell him that that's stupid and that's a dumb kind of profession. And I'm not going to go into the whole story. The outcome of the story was the guy quit the law firm. He got his own, he went back to school. He's a practicing veterinarian right now. This guy used to throw up every morning going to work. He hated his job so bad. And it's like out of that dream, Carl Jung calls these big dreams. See, and what's happening when you dream? What's happening is that socio-cultural consciousness is dropping off, and you're going into that larger reservoir of consciousness. You're touching your wonder child in your dreams. And you see, it's wonderful. We dream 4 years of our life, and we dream quite a bit every night. Whether you remember it or not, we know that people dream. And your dreams are like unopened letters to you. But you see, if you're a shame-based adult child codependent man, come on. I ain't got time for any of this, because I'm too busy defending my life. So one of the things that I'm suggesting is that part of spiritual work is dream work, beginning to discover. This is what I call the discovery stage. This is empowerment. This is finding out who you really are. Or looking at your fascinations. Looking at your fascinations. You know, it's like, what are some fascinations in your life? Let me give you 2 examples. I go to bookstores and I buy tremendous numbers of books that I never read. Okay, I don't know that anybody can identify with this. But I come home with books, you know, I've got all these books, and then I put them all up. And on 2 occasions, and this is years ago, I bought a book that just fascinated me. I didn't know anything about family systems. The book was called The Family Crucible by Whitaker and Napier. A lot of you know this book. It's a very famous book, but I didn't know the book. It just, something about the book jumped out at me. It fascinated me. And then on another occasion, I bought another book, a little red book that said shame on the back of it. And it was by an anonymous writer from Hazleton. When I was thinking about a subject for the family program, somebody had come to me, a woman named Liz Catterley came to me Channel 8 in Houston and said, let's do a series. I want to do a series with you. I said, well, okay, well, you know, what'll I do it on? And she said, well, anything you want to do it on. And it was this book that I went to one day and started reading, and I couldn't put the book down. I had known some things about family systems, but I hadn't really gotten connected with it. From that book, I read Sharon Wexheider Cruz's book, where it talked about the family and the alcoholic family with the alcoholic, the chief enabler, the lost child, the hero, and the scapegoat. And I said, oh my gosh, there's my family. And it was out of that I did the family series. Then later on, when I was writing the book on shame, I was stuck. I had read what was available, Gershon Kaufman's book. I had read the book called Facing Shame by Fossum and Mason. But there was something about, and I didn't even know this at the time. I didn't know that we only had one word in English for shame and that other languages had two words. But it was about healthy shame and that there was another kind of shame, that there was a healthy shame and there was a toxic shame. Well, I went to this little red book. And in this book, that book was a great inspiration for me. Because in that book, that was the book where they talked about the more than human, less than human. These two polarities, that shame was the permission to be human. Later on, I found out that Max Sheeler had said that shame is something that's specifically human. Gods don't have shame, and animals don't have shame, only us. And cross-cultural studies, shame is a naturally occurring emotion. But here were two books that I had been fascinated by. I don't know why I bought those books. Now, you know, you could say, oh man, that's just a coincidence. Maybe it is. But what I'm suggesting to you tonight is to start looking at that kind of stuff. People that you're fascinated by. People who you're fascinated by that you don't like. That's really interesting. You might really want to take a look at that one. For example, I did a workshop one time with David Garden, who's a wonderful NLP, neuro-linguistic programming teacher. And David said, you know, get in a group. He had us all get in a group. And he said, now don't go get with somebody that you like or know. You know, it's like, what? You know, because what happens if somebody says, you know, form a little group, you're going to get with somebody that's familiar to you, right? Well, that's just the person you'll learn nothing from, right? Because that's the one you're most like. He said, get with somebody that just turns you off. And like 3 women came over to me, which was not a happy moment, actually. But the whole point of it was that, you see, sometimes when you're fascinated by somebody, and it may be a negative kind of thing, it's something to really take a look at. It may be something, there's something you need to learn there. There's something you need to know about. There's something about that person that may be triggering you. It also may be a waste of time, too. And some fascinations, watch out for, because if you're a shame-based adult child and you still have a wounded child, you're probably, right over to the person that's just the person that, is going to be very destructive to you, or you've had patterns of that. We've already talked about that. Intuitions. Einstein said, long before I could ever write it down, I knew it. Long before I could ever conceptualize it, I knew it. Hunches, intuitions. See, when you grow up and you can't, all your experience is invalidated, why would you trust your hunches? Most of you knew what was going on in your families. I do this workshop on family secrets. People know all about their families. They don't know that they know, but they know. They know at an intuitive level. I'll say, what do you guess was going on with your dad? What do you guess was going on with your mom or in their marriage? And boy, people will pop an answer out. It's like they knew at some level. And then synchronicity is this thing where you have this connection. When I was thinking about the family series, we needed money for that series. I got a phone call one morning from Beth Miller who said, John, I want you to do a TV series. Like, what? You want me to do a TV series? Yeah. Charlie and I have been talking about it. Charlie and Beth Miller are these wonderful humanitarians. And within a week, they were funding this series for me, the family series. we all owe Beth and Charlie Miller a lot for that family series, because they're the ones that, and that just came out of nowhere. Came out of nowhere. I was sitting there one morning thinking, you know, how am I going to do this? And so that's what I call synchronicity. Those are energetic emergences. Now I want to take you on a little meditation and just show you a way. You know, I don't expect any mind-boggling thing to happen now, but I just want you to take a few deep breaths and close your eyes, and I want to show you just a kind of a meditation that I do to help people get in touch with the wonder child. So just take some nice deep breaths. And just imagine that you're standing before a door. You're standing before a door, and you can either see it or you can touch it. Just open the door and see a winding corridor or hallway, and walk down that hallway. And at the end of that hallway is a room. And just walk into that room. And make this room any way you want it to be when you walk in there. This is your room. You can have it any way you want it to be. You can put furniture in it. You can put gold inlay in it. It can be simple. It can be elaborate. This is your room. This is a metaphor of your inner space. And as you sit in that room, just look around, see what you see. Put some beautiful smells in there. Some wonderful, relaxing furniture, just the kind you like. And then just see a child appear to you at whatever age they come. A little child, beautiful, see a beautiful little child. Just a natural, wonderful child. And get a sense that this is the child that you once were. And just tell that child, I'm so glad to connect with you, and I want you to help me find a memory of a very particular creativity that is our unique, unrepeatable personal gift. And don't get scared by that. Just let that child take you now to a long forgotten memory of a pleasant kind, a long forgotten memory of your childhood. And for just 1 minute of clock time, which is all the time in the world to the unconscious, just allow yourself to have a dream about that memory. Whatever you get in that dream, just take it with you. It's okay whether you understand it or not. The meaning may come to you a week from now, or a month from now, or a year from now. Just take it with you. Just whatever came to you, it may not seem very significant. Just take it with you. Imagine that you get up and you walk back down the hallway out of your room, and remember, this is your room. You created it. Walk back through the door. Imagine you're walking back into your seats in this room, in this theater. You can feel the back of the chair you're in. You can feel your clothes on your body. You can feel the air in the room. And just take a real deep breath, and open your eyes as you exhale. Just take a deep breath and open your eyes as you exhale. Now, whatever you got, you know, later on you can share with your neighbor, you can talk about it. Just stay with it. Just live with it for a little bit. And just trust that there is a deeper kind of consciousness that we have. You may not have got it in that 4 minutes, but you might want to take 30 minutes and sit down and just say, let me go back through my childhood memories. Let me see if I can connect. Georgia O'Keeffe tells about laying there at 5 months old, looking at the patterns in her aunt's rug, and those became the very patterns, the core patterns of her painting years later. Teilhard de Chardin talks about collecting rocks. Einstein talks about a magnet he had when he was 5 years old. Trust that there's energy in that child, in that wonder child. And no matter what you got out of that, just really trust that there is this deeper place inside of you, that you can go in there. You created a room just now, and you can have this room. It can be your special place where no one else can come. Creativity is our birthright. Creativity is what the wonder child is. The wonder child celebrates life. Listen to this poem. I just sort of this was a poem I ran across the other day. It's by William Alexander Percy. It's a limited edition of poetry on silence and of stars, it's called. Of silence and of stars. This is the wonder child. I have need of silence and of stars. Too much is said too loudly. I am dazed. The silken sound of world infinity is lost in voices shouting to be heard. I once knew men as earnest and less shrill, and under meaning that I caught I miss among these ears that hear all sounds save silence. These eyes that see so much but not the sky. These minds that gain all knowledge but no calm. If suddenly the desperate music ceased, could they return to life? Or would they stand in dancers' attitudes, puzzled, polite, for an encore to fill the ghastly pause? I do not know. Some rhythms there may be I cannot hear, but I must go back where the breakers of deep sunlight roll, across flat fields that love and touch the sky, back to more of earth and less of man, for there is still a plain simplicity and friendship poor in everything but love, and faith unwise, unquestioned, but a star. Soon now the peace of summer will be there, with cloudy fire of myrtles in full bloom, and when the marvelous wide evenings come, across the molten river one can see the misty willow green of Arcady, and then the summer stars. I will be home. That's the wonder child. That's the wonder child, expressing that sense of we belong to this earth. All of us belong to this earth. Now, I don't want to over-idealize the wonder child. Sam Keen says we become human only by leaving Eden, mature only by realizing that childhood is over. We come home to the fullness of our humanity only in owning and taking responsibility for present awareness, as well as for the full measure of our memories and dreams. Graceful existence integrates past, present, and future. But it's a beautiful idea that my adult can have this wonder child as a resource, that I can use my adult experience and I can have this rich creativity. That's our birthright. T.S. Eliot said, "Do I dare disturb the universe?" And James Joyce said at the end, a portrait of an artist, "Welcome, O life. I go forth for the millionth time to encounter the reality of experience and to forge in the smithy of my soul the uncreated conscience of my race." That every single one of us are called to be a creative act. There was a time, Wordsworth says, when meadow, stream, and every common sight did seem to me apparelled in celestial light, but those things I used to see, I see no more. That's the old, aging Wordsworth. The vision and the dream. See, what I'm saying is that you can see them again by embracing this wonder child, by being willing to embrace the pain of reclaiming the inner child, by loving and nurturing and championing that child. We can touch this wonder child again. This wonder child, Hopkins. You know Gerard Manley Hopkins? "Glory be to God for dapple things, for skies of couple color as a brinded cow, for rose moles all in stifle upon trout that swim, fresh fire coal chestnut falls, finch's wings. Whatever is fickle, freckled, who knows how? Who knows how to make a freckle? Finch's wings, those rose moles all in stifle on trout that swim." That's the wonder child. Look at the dolphin, boss, Zorba. And when Zorba's big project collapses, he dances. He starts dancing. See, this is the wonder child that loves and embraces life. This Zen moment. That gal in Thornton Wilder's Our Time that goes back to live her 12th birthday, and she comes to the center of the stage because nobody has any time for her. She says, "Oh, Earth, you're just too good to anybody to realize. Doesn't anybody live life while they've got it?" And that's the question for you to think about. So we'll see you next time when we talk about the child in exile, into our own personal stories, and learn how to reframe past traumatic events in the context of new self-discoveries. Finally, we'll discuss the last step of this heroic journey, leading us home to a place yet untold. I want to talk today about the child as a source of regeneration. That life itself is about regeneration. Life is ever unfolding. I wrote my master's thesis on Nietzsche, the German philosopher who presented the doctrine of the overman, the Übermensch, which has falsely been translated as Superman. That isn't what he meant by it. What he meant by it was the overman, that we're always needing to overcome and become more than we were. Now, in our journey to wholeness, we began looking at the wounded child. We began by talking about the need to break our denials and change behavior. We talked about the pain that we have to go through to heal those wounds. Remember the child, because the child will remember. The child will keep acting out or acting in. We talked about championing the child. And we've talked about the spiritual emergence that comes out of that. When we touch that child, when we reconnect with who we are. Wonderful quotation from Rachel V. In a book called The Family Secret. She says, "It's important to understand that the need to find the child is part of an ancient human longing. Behind our individual past lies our cultural past contained in myths. In myths, we see that the child is often the offspring of the union and the divine. It is the mythical child that we seek as well as the child of our personal history." Now, what that quotation says to me is that it's not about just being an adult child of an alcoholic or a rageaholic or a violent family, that it's about every human being. That there is a need in every human being's life to find out who they are, to find out, to connect with this child that lives inside of us, which is our authentic self, and to allow that child to unfold within us. One of the ways that I talk about this is like this, that the wonder child before adapting, it's like this little star that was you. And if you think about this in something like that there was an energy going off in all directions, and that this was the sphere of consciousness, that each one of us had this connection with all consciousness in the beginning, that this wonder child wanted to expand, was the life spark. Life is always trying to overcome itself. Life is always trying to expand. But what we have to do in order to grow up is we have to live in a culture, and we have to adapt in order to survive. So one of the ways that I talk about it is that this child, this wonder child, had to adapt a false self or an ego, what we call the ego, which is this black circle. And everybody does. It's not like it's something bad. You've got to have one. Your ego is your socio-cultural self. It's the self that came out of your family. It's the self that comes out of your culture that you have to adapt and survive with. Now, it's always a false self in the sense that the culture, your family, your church, your religion, whatever it is, has already decided before you were born what it was, how you were supposed to be in order to get it right. And so each one of us had to adapt. Now, there was a certain point in our life where we came to a point where we had to say, wait a minute, is that really me? Is that who I want to be? And that's for everybody, not just adult children. Although, if you've been following the programs in this series, I think most everybody is an adult child, in the sense that everybody's got some woundedness in their child. But let's say you grew up in a wonderful family, and there was nurturing, and it was a human family, it wasn't a perfect family. There would still be a need for you to find out who you are. The unexamined life is not worth living. So there's always this part of us that needs to find out what is the difference that makes the difference. Who am I? What is the difference that makes the difference? And that means for all of us that we're going to have to work through this false self, this socio-cultural self, or this wounded child, this adapted child self. And that when we do, then we begin to open ourselves up to this larger sphere of consciousness. We begin to find out who we really are. And as we touch who we really are, we touch the life spark in us. We touch the life spark in us. We find out, what is my difference that makes the difference. Now, one of the ways, following Rachel V's statement, that I like to look at this is what is called the divine child in exile myth. Back through all mythology, you have the story of the divine child in exile. If you want a modern version of it, it was E.T. E.T. was the alien. He was the displaced person. So the divine child in exile, Spielberg made this wonderful movie with that myth. Obviously, the story of Jesus' birth, which I'm not going to talk about the historicity of that story. Many biblical scholars believe that story is a form of Haggadah Midrashim, which was an interpretive kind of story rather than a literal story. But I don't want to, violate anybody's belief systems. The divine child in exile myth is there in the Jesus story. Moses in the bulrushes is another story of the extraordinary child. Romulus and Remus. If we go back in mythology, we'll find tons of stories of a child of divine origin or a child of unusual origin. That's what the story always says. Now, what I believe is, I'm going to go through the elements of the divine child in exile myth. I believe that myths are stories that come out of the collective unconscious. That is, these are our stories. These are the human stories. Every one of us has to kill our father. and kill our mother, like Oedipus and Electra. These Greek myths are literally these fantastic stories that touch our own personal psychology. And it's enormously important that we understand that those stories are like metaphors of what everybody's life has to be. Now, obviously, I don't mean kill our parents in literally, but each one of us is called to leave home. Each one of us is called to move out of that family and become our own person, become the unique person we were meant to be. Each one of us very much needs to mythologize, if you will, what you were told about yourself. Because what you were told about yourself and your family was an interpretation of you. And if your mom and dad were adult children, like I think so many were in these multi-generational patterns, then what they told you about you was a projection of their own inner child. So how do I find the truth of myself? How do I find the truth of myself? I want to go through these elements. In the Divine Child in Exile myth, Otto Rank did a lot of study of this, and he assembled, I've summarized the points, that the child is of unusual or divine origin. The child has some kind of unusual birth. If you read the stories of myths, you're dropped into the sea, or you're born with the elemental forces. The child is extraordinary. The child is extraordinary. The old order is threatened. Herod pronounces, let's kill all the 2-year-olds. The old order is threatened by the birth of this child. There is something about the uniqueness and the unusualness of this child that is threatening to the old order. Now, I don't have to go much further than that. Can you begin to feel a kind of a deep connection with these elements of your own life? That, you were unique. There had never been anyone like you. There would never be anyone like you. There will never be anyone like you again. Did you threaten the old order to some way? Did they tell you stop being the way you are and be the way you're supposed to be? Be the way you're supposed to be when you live in this family? And you're not going to stay in this household, young lady. Mister, who do you think you are? What's the matter with you? See, I think this wound is there in varying degrees to every one of us. The child must be hidden. The child must be hidden. And of course, in the Jesus, the story of Jesus, he's born in a manger, and the shepherds take care of him, and the elemental forces celebrate. And we could go through several other mythologies that have the Divine Child in Exile elements. Elemental forces, ordinary people, shepherds take care of the child. The child is lowly, or there's nothing very dramatic about the child's life. The child has a hard time, if you will. And then finally, at some point, the child recognizes his or her extraordinariness. The child begins to recognize his or her extraordinariness and begins to own that I am a divine child, or begins to own that I am unique and special, begins to own that I'm a wonder child, or begins to own that I'm made in the image of God. Whatever it is that you come to believe about yourself, but that you are unique, that there's never been anybody like you, and that there never will be anybody like you again, is at least true, if not more. So what I'm suggesting is that it's important for all of us to come to understand that we are divine children in exile, or we are extraordinary, we are unique, and we've been in exile. And that we had to work through what? You had to work through your original pain. This is your original pain. The old order was threatened. You had to be hidden. The child couldn't be. See, I think it's very important. It's been very important for me as a recovering person to realize that it's not just because I came from an alcoholic family, and that I can become a kind of an elitist cult because I am a recovering alcoholic and I came from an alcoholic family. I think that what we're dealing with is a human problem that everybody needs to make. Every human life is a heroic journey. Every single human being is going to encounter dragons along the way and obstacles. The obstacles may be the color you are. It may be that you're born Jewish, or you're Baptist, or you're Catholic, or you're in the wrong place, or you're in the whatever. It may be that your father died or your mother died when you were young, that you've had to go it alone, or you had to fend for yourself. And in some cases, it may be that you were, put up for adoption, or that you were orphaned. And some stories are much more difficult. Some journeys seem much more difficult than others. But all of us are on a heroic journey. And all of us have, my belief, this divine spark. All of us are made in the image of our Creator. All of us have the possibility of owning that uniqueness that we are. I think about my own life. I went to a seminary when I was 21 to study to be a priest. In a sense, I had been told early on that I had a vocation. When I was in the Catholic school, they said, I think you have a vocation. I don't know how they could figure this out. But I kind of think what some of those sweet old Irish nuns did is they thought anybody that was real smart, let's see if we can make him be a priest. But anyway, I was told that early on, and I was a kid that I've described a lot of my really troubled adolescence. When I went to the seminary, it was like a refuge. It was like a haven. I put on a black cassock and a collar, and they all called me Father. I could hardly blow my nose. And suddenly everyone was calling me Father. I was a hero in my family because, boy, one of our boys was going to be a priest. And when I was in the seminary, I struggled. After the first 3 or 4 years, I struggled. And by the 7th year, because I was in there about 9 years, I began to read people like Nietzsche, Dostoevsky, Kierkegaard, Kafka. And if you know these people, these are 19th century existentialists. Now, believe me, I'm reading these people when everybody else is reading Thomas Aquinas. And you're supposed to read Thomas Aquinas. Dostoevsky, I found out, was an adult child. His dad was a drunk. His dad was murdered by his own servants when Dostoevsky was a young boy. Dostoevsky had a terrible life. I mean, to be this brilliant, creative genius, he had a very troubled life. He never reclaimed and championed his wounded inner child. And so there's something about those great artists like Dostoevsky that I flat don't understand. Somehow their wonder kid breaks through in some way that doesn't happen, at least never happened for me. But my attraction to Dostoevsky and Kafka, Franz Kafka, if you want to know about shame, if you want to experience what shame is, don't read the textbooks about shame. Read Franz Kafka. Read the short stories of Franz Kafka, The Metamorphosis, where he wakes up one morning and finds himself transformed into a gigantic insect. I mean, can you think of a better metaphor for a person who's shame-based? And he always had this troubled relationship with his father. And there's a scene where he's scurrying back to his bedroom with his 50 little legs, and he gets caught in the door, and his father is beating him with a broom. And I mean, if you want to do a deep breath about what it feels like to have an authoritarian father, to be a helpless child, to be getting shamed by an authoritarian father when you're a helpless child, it's incredible kind of metaphor. And in the trial, Kafka says Gregor Samsa Joseph K. woke up one morning and found himself arrested, and he didn't know why. See, that happened to a lot of us. Suddenly you were indicted. You had this original sin. You had stain on you, and you didn't know why. So I was attracted to these people. This was my wonder child. I was attracted to these people I was moving toward them. I was working on Nietzsche. I was writing my dissertation on Nietzsche. And it was like, what, the old order didn't like this. And I was considered to be a rebel. Now, in all fairness to the religious order that I was in, I was a rebel. I was attacking the old order. And I got drunk one night in the monastery. Now, this is frowned on. This is highly frowned on. And I went running down the corridor screaming curses at my superiors. See, here I am within the old order. And of course, they asked me to leave. I didn't walk gently into the night. It's not like it was a blessing, really, because I don't know whether I could have left. I was so dependent. And I remember riding the train back from Toronto, drinking ale, kind of soothing, thinking I was the worst character that had ever lived because I'd failed. And I had an uncle who said, you didn't have the guts to make it. Like this was an endurance contest. But then when I came home, I was absolutely floundered for about a year. I didn't know where to go. I was 31 years old. I didn't know how to drive a car. See, I'd gone in there at 21. We had never had a car. I didn't have enough money to have a car. I never learned to drive a car. I was really a child in a lot of ways. And I walked back out of there. But what I got when I began to do this work is that this was my child. This was my wonder child. And he knew that I had to move on, that I couldn't have a life if I stayed in the old order, that this night of a Dionysian frenzy of being drunk was kind of a rebellion, even though I felt terrible about it. I felt like I was rotten to the core. I used to go to confession and every morning because I thought I was so bad. Talk about shame. And then when I came out of the seminary, in some ways I was a failure to my family, and I was still a drinking alcoholic, so this was not a happy time. And yet, in all of that pain, in all of that trauma, what I realized was happening was a kind of ego death. And what I'm driving at here is for you not to think of your trauma, not for you not to think of the pain in your life as something terrible. That it was terrible to go through it, yes, but look at it from another point of view. Maybe, just maybe, you can see some of the elements here. That it's like you really are unusual. That you are extraordinary, and the old order has been threatened by you, so you had to go into hiding. And you've been in this elemental life, and you haven't let yourself shine. You haven't let yourself be the star that you are, and that you haven't looked upon your trauma and your traumata, as something that was really positive, as something that was allowing, in a sense, that old false self to die. That you didn't even know why you were rebelling. You see, I think every addict is in a spiritual emergency. That the drinking, the drugging, the sexing, the whatever is an attempt to find transcendence. That you're trying to find ecstasy. That you're trying to get to something greater, but you don't know how. You don't know how. So you've gone to the chemicals out of the wounded child. And that we can reframe that. Maybe you can, once you've done your original pain work, once you've done your uncovery work, once you've been willing to go through the legitimate suffering, you can begin to see your life as making sense in a way that it hasn't made sense to you. And that's what started happening to me. I began to realize that every piece of that was important. As crazy as I felt, as terrible as that period was, between leaving the seminary and beginning to try to find some place. I'm 31 years old. I've been an office boy and a grocery checker. I don't know how to drive a car. So it was like an incredible time in my life, and yet something kept pushing me on. I kept regenerating, if you will. I kept doing, I got jobs, and after the guy brought me down to the freeway, I went and got a job. I got into a 12-step program. Well, I wound up in a state hospital. I wound up committing myself to a state hospital. And that was the end. That was the ultimate ego death. That was the death of the false self. See, spiritual masters talk about that you have to die to the ego. The ego being that socio-cultural false self that everybody's got. Now, it's not like you can give it up. Everybody's got to have some ego boundary. But in a sense, you've got to always get that you're more than that. You're more than that. You're more than anyone could ever define you as. Because there is a place within you where, in a sense, you are the only one that's going to know who you are. It's what Jack Schwartz calls the knowing self rather than the believing self. See, I promised when we began this series that we would be moving toward wholeness, empowerment. I don't want to be a survivor. I don't want to be a multi-generational accident. I don't want to be an adult child all my life. I want to move toward creativity, empowerment, and choosing my own life. And as I connect with this wonder child in me, and as I realize that there's been something that sends chills down my back when I'm talking right now, that has always been pushing me to regenerate, to overcome. See, and that can't be the false self, because the false self's so busy hiding, guarding, being defensive. I mean, what pushed me to do something about my drinking? Part of it was pain. What pushes any of us to change? Certainly one part of it is pain. Pain is a great teacher. Pain will often move us to do something about our life. But what I began to see is that all of that was important to me. That whole rebellion and leaving the seminary. And I don't want to put, the order of priests that I don't want to put them down. I learned. I had a wonderful education. There were good, wonderful people there. But for me, it was a place that I had gone out of my original pain. And I was reenacting my family history. So what that kind of awareness has helped me to do is to really understand that at least the point I'm at in my life, in the journey to wholeness, is to begin to look at my life differently. To start look at the places that strength came to me. See, Léon Blois, the French novelist, once said, "There are places in the heart that do not yet exist. Pain must be in order that they be." And Gibran, "The deeper that sorrow carves into our being, the more joy we can contain. Is not the cup that holds your wine the very cup that was burned in the potter's oven? Is not the lute that plays your music the very lute that was whittled with knives?" I think that as we become more and more enlightened, more and more conscious, more and more spiritual, we begin to understand the tragic and ambivalent nature of all life, including my life and your life. And that what I need to do is capitalize and reframe it. There's a whole technique in therapy called reframing. Milton Erickson, who I talked about earlier, was one of the great reframers. Milton Erickson was a hypnotherapist. He was in Mexico one time, and he was doing a demonstration on the stage, and they brought a client up to him who spoke Spanish and not English, and Erickson didn't speak Spanish. So he is supposed to hypnotize this guy. And when Erickson wrote about this case, he said, "This was an unprecedented opportunity for creativity." See, I mean, what a wonderful way to think. This is an unprecedented opportunity for creativity, for me to see, to reach down and to call on something. See, I think that creativity overcomes violence. That when we think about, sometimes I'll talk about corporal punishment and hitting children and saying, we don't need to do that. And people say, well, what do you do if you can't hit them? Now we got some folks down in Texas that, and I'll say, well, can't we as bright adults come up with some more alternatives? I think we can probably figure something else out than sit there and use hairbrushes and fly swatters and belts and when we're 5 times this little person's height. That we can figure some other stuff out. And so life is about creativity, and reframing helps us to see that there's no one interpretation that's right. When Werner came along with Est, it was like, do you get it? Do you get it that there are many interpretations? Alfred Adler used to say, it could all be otherwise. That it's always an interpretation. It's an interpretation. It's the way we're looking at it. So reframing. I've heard Leslie Bandler talk about a piece of work she did with a woman whose family just hated her because she was obsessive, compulsive, driving everybody crazy, sweeping the rugs, sweeping after them. If you sent your jockey strap for cleaning, she'd have a pair of shorts built around it when it came back because she was so compulsive. So the family didn't even want to be around her anymore. And so Leslie's doing this piece of work with her. He says, well, you see your house. You're walking through your house, and you see your house totally clean. There's not a speck of dust anywhere. There's this beautiful rug, not a footprint on it, because nobody's there. and suddenly the woman just starts sobbing. Because you see, what she did was reframe this. She helped her to look at it from another point of view. And this is a wonderful ability that our wonder child has, to begin to look at life from a different point of view, to look at your tragedy, to look at your trauma. And believe me, I know that that's difficult, that some of you have been through things that I can't imagine. When I do these workshops with people, I cannot believe the things people have been through, that they survived as children. It astonishes me. Sometimes I cannot walk through the groups because the pain is just too great. And I just can't take it. I had a guy in a workshop in Connecticut with Braille, and everybody in his group was just sobbing, as he told this heartrending story of the way he had been treated in his blindness. And I can't imagine what that would be like. In the sense that a lot of people who work with transpersonal psychology, which is that spiritual level, it's a meditation that is called the Purpose of Your Life meditation. But we're looking at it now from the point of view of your higher consciousness. We want to look at your life now from the wonder child's point of view. Like if you were looking at your life from this higher self point of view, how would you reframe the events of your life? So what I'd like you to do, if you will, is just close your eyes for a moment. Take a couple of nice deep breaths. And just imagine that once again you're standing before that door and you're opening the door, walking down the hallway, but this time you don't go to a room. You go to a porch, like you walk out on a porch, and you're standing out on a porch like you could just be looking out into the universe from this porch. And just imagine that you could see some stairs coming down from out of the clouds. And whatever this means to you, you saw your higher power walking down those stairs to get you. Whatever that means to you. And that the hand was outstretched and you were being asked to walk up those stairs. And as you walk up those stairs, I want you just to imagine, and as if, that you are a unique manifestation of the divine, that you have a destiny that only you can express, that it's not dramatic or melodramatic, it's just the difference that you make, and that your child has always known what that purpose is. Just accept that for this moment, that you have a special and uniqueness that is unlike anyone else, and you're walking up these stairs now with your higher power towards some kind of temple or church or synagogue or something with marble pillars, and that you walk into this temple and you see a statue of a child, and that the child is you. You see that this is a statue of you as a child. And your higher power says your child knows. Your child knows the purpose, what your purpose is. And see that statue come alive. See that child, this radiant child. Just imagine yourself in the most beautiful radiance. Whatever way that comes to you, it comes with golden light or white light. But the child walks down and embraces you. And the child tells you, gives you some kind of symbol, some kind of meaning, words maybe, a feeling that gives you some sense of this is the purpose of my life. This is the purpose of my life. And I may not even understand it fully. I may not understand this fully, but I'm just going to accept it. And I'm going to take it from the child. Whatever this symbol is, whatever this feeling is, whatever this meaning is. And just thank the child. Just thank the child and just take that child into your heart. You've reclaimed this child. And in this internal imagery, just take this child into your heart. And with your higher power, walk back out of the temple. Walk back down this long stairway, back to the porch or the veranda, and just stand there with your child in your heart, with your higher power there, whatever that is for you, and just see that stairway disappear, and just imagine you could see yourself being born. You could see the little infant that you once were coming into this world. But now you're looking at this birth. You're looking at this birth of a divine child, of a child that has a purpose. And you can look at your mother, and you can look at your father, and you can look at whoever else is there. And it's like a very slow film is beginning to run, and you're looking at some events in your life. You're looking at your toddlerhood. And maybe some event is going to come to you, some memory that suddenly is significant to you in a way it wasn't before. That, oh yeah, I see now why that happened in terms of my purpose. And you see yourself as a preschooler. And just let any event come up for you that may come up, that you can remember, an aunt or an event or maybe a trauma that happened to you. And then your school days. You see yourself going through school. Maybe that was a rough time for you. And you've always wondered, why did I have to go through this kind of pain? And maybe you can see that differently. And then your adolescence and your early life, suddenly just looking at all the events of your life And you're seeing it from a larger perspective. You're seeing it from a different point of view. That maybe all that suffering meant something after all. Maybe with this symbol or this words or this sense that I've been given, all that made sense. It makes a different kind of sense. And then just come right up to your present life. Let yourself come right up to your present life. And maybe, maybe it didn't tell you anything very dramatic, but just right now in this room, just feel a kind of connection with everybody in this room. That all of us are on a journey. That all of us are on a heroic journey. That we're struggling. That all human beings struggle. That all life has an ambivalent character to it. That there is a tragic sense to life, and that each part of it can be overcome, and that each part of it has a purpose. And just feel a sense of connection with everybody in this room, everybody watching. Feel a sense of connection, that we're all on this planet, we're on a spaceship, and we all belong here together. That we're all human beings, and we're all struggling. And we all have a purpose. And just whatever you got out of that, maybe it wasn't very dramatic, just thank your higher self or your higher power or whatever, and know that you can go back and do this kind of exercise some more. And that your deep consciousness may help you to see in a way that your limited ego consciousness cannot see. So just allow yourself, just very slowly, to walk off that porch, back down that hallway, back through the door. And as you walk through the door, just turn around and see the door. Take a deep breath, nice deep breath. And feel the chair that you're sitting in. Feel your clothes on your body. And just very, very slowly, just open your eyes. Now, I encourage you later on to share that, even if it seemed like you got nothing out of it. The first time I did that kind of meditation, I couldn't understand what the symbol was, and it didn't work very well for me. But I did it again. I've done it several times. And what I've come to see is that every single event in my life has prepared me to be standing here right now. It's that my life purpose has been to do what I'm doing, has been to find my own self and to witness to that, and to be, in whatever way I could, a guide for other people to find freedom and equality. And that I needed an alcoholic daddy. And I needed the family that I was brought up with. And that from this higher consciousness point of view, it was all perfect. Now, believe me, that would not work if I hadn't done my ego work, if I hadn't done my original pain work. If you're sitting here, if you're watching and you're an incest victim, don't do this kind of meditation until you've done your work. If you're an abuse victim, if you're an abandonment victim, you don't do this. You don't jump into higher consciousness without going through lower consciousness. But a lot of people try to do that. I tried to do it. I tried to jump beyond the legitimate suffering and go into high levels of meditation. I've seen people go into the Course in Miracles. I've seen them go into high levels of consciousness, which are very beautiful things if you've done the ego work. Ken Keyes, who's a friend of mine, was sharing with me recently how important it has been to understand toxic shame, because he couldn't understand, because he's a beautiful human being teaching unconditional love, why people can't get that, Well, if you've got all these blocks from your childhood, you know, if you had a father that beat you and incested you, you're going to have a hard time saying our Father. It's not going to be the same thing for you. And so we've got to heal that pain. We've got to finish the past. We've got to finish our own unfinished business before we're ready to begin to move into that higher consciousness. Now, that's my belief. There may be people who argue with that. But it comes to me so clearly when I do that meditation that every single thing that I have ever done has been preparing me for what my life is now. Every piece of it, things that seemed silly, that did not seem to have any purpose, have all come together and had purpose for me. Now, you know, life is good if it is good. And right now my life is good. And it's a lot easier to say this when your life is good than if you're in pain, than if you're in heartache, than if there's all kinds of stuff going on in your life. But I believe that ultimately we are all called to be this special one that we are. And I believe that the journey that I've been taking you on in this series is a journey toward your wholeness. And I believe with all my heart that this child, while I don't want to idealize the child lives in the now or for the now. I think we can live in the now but not for the now. That the child is a rich part of ourselves, but we are also grown-ups. However, I think that to some degree our future will depend on how much we're willing to embrace this vulnerable child. Ashley Montague wrote a book called Growing Young. Ashley Montague is a Princeton anthropologist. He's one of my fathers. I was with him in Keystone last summer, and he did the whole inner child thing with me and shared his book with me. And in this book, he's a brilliant anthropologist. He's written 50 books. And he talks about neotomy. Neotomy is a word used for childlike traits. And his argument is, as an anthropologist, that the civilizations that have survived the longest are the neotomous civilizations. The civilizations that carry into adult life the traits of the child. That have as part of their adult life spontaneity, resilience, all those things we talked about as the wonder child or as the wonderful child. And I know you know the book that's been on the New York Times, Everything I Needed to Learn, I Learned in Kindergarten, where he says, think of what a better world it would be, the whole world, if every day at 3 o'clock we had cookies and cold milk. You know, Bush and Gorbachev, you know, drinking cold milk and wrapping up in their bankies. What a better world it would be. And if we put things back where we got them, and if we didn't hit people, and we flushed. And he says, or if we had a basic policy in our nation to always put things back where we found them and cleaned up our own messes, and it'll still be true, no matter how old you are, when you go out in the world, it's best to hold hands and stick together. What a beautiful idea. What a simple idea. And one of Montague's arguments is that the child elicits in us a tenderness. See, so that when people are willing to be vulnerable, when I'm willing to show you my child, when I'm willing to be vulnerable, I can elicit a closeness from you that I could not elicit if I were not willing to be that, because it touches your child and your vulnerability. So I think that this idea of neotomy is a very, very important idea, and that civilization may stand or fall on how much we're willing to bring this into our lives. So, you know, to me, this whole issue of the inner child is not just a cutesy little faddish thing that we're suddenly doing workshops and we're sitting with our teddy bears. I think it's the most serious issue of anything that's going on. That the major source of human problems are based on this child that didn't get his or her needs met. Now, I also think, that when E.T. stood next to Elliot and he said, "Home, Elliot, home," there wasn't a dry eye in the place. Because I think that touched something else about the divine child in exile, that it touched something very deep. Somebody said, even after Dante and Shakespeare and Mozart, we say, "Is that all? Is that all?" This is what I call the metaphysical blues. It's like, no matter how good it gets, no matter how much you achieve, there's some kind of a longing that is still in us. Erich Fromm once said, wouldn't it be strange if we had eyes and there was nothing to see? If we had ears and there was nothing to hear? If we had a mind and there was nothing to think? Wouldn't it be strange if there was nothing to go with this longing? See, so I believe that this longing is about something much more profound. I believe it's about my Creator. I believe with the wounded child Augustine, who said, "Thou hast made us for thyself, O Lord, and our hearts are restless till they repose in thee." Now that's my belief, that somehow we have another home, and that'll be homecoming indeed. But the wounded child, the wonder child in me, the wonder child says, but wait a minute, we have to go on. Gandhi said almost everything we do is insignificant, but we must do it. It's most important that we do it. So somehow we must go on, and that regeneration is the wounded child, the wonder child. Here's another statement. We must not make the past the only light for the ensuing years. A new leaf must be turned and new ideas read. We must hear things that have never been heard before. Thus will a new world arise. David Polis. And my friend Terry Garsky in Chicago, who says growth is moving from one set of problems to a better set of problems. What a beautiful idea. That life is about problem, it's about regeneration, and we need this child because this child is the source of resilience and regeneration. And Shaw said it beautifully. He said, this is the true meaning of life, to live for something recognized by yourself to be a mighty cause, to be a force of nature rather than a feverish little clod of grievances and ailments, complaining that the universe is not devoting itself to making you happy. Life is its own splendid justification, he said. I want to be used up when I die because the harder I work, the more I live. I don't believe that life is a flickering candle, he said. I believe it's a splendid torch, and I want to make it burn as bright as I can before I hand it on to my children and to other generations. That's the regeneration of the wonder child. Isn't that beautiful? It just touches, it sends chills down my back. That idea of just committing myself to life. And I want to end this series with, I'm going to paraphrase this because I don't know the quotation. Somebody handed me a thing one time. He said this was from a bishop talking to his missionaries. And it's a very powerful statement of the kind of regeneration and commitment to life that I've been talking about tonight. And I'm going to paraphrase it my own way. He said, people are often mean and cruel and irresponsible, but love people anyway. What you build today may be torn down tomorrow, but build today anyway. If you commit yourself to goodness, people may attack you for false piety, but commit yourself to goodness anyway. If you try to help people, they'll often resent you and feel dependent, but try to help people anyway. Give the world the best you've got. Commit with every ounce and fiber of your being, and you may get kicked in the pants. But give the world the best you've got and give it every fiber of your being anyway. And that's what I want to leave you with, and hope with all my heart that you'll make that commitment to this beautiful adventure that we're all on called life. Thank you.